we're still getting efficiencies. Thank you so much.
Before the Council. Your Excellency, the President of the Security Council and the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, I have been instructed by your brother, His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to convey his warmest greetings and heartfelt congratulations to Your Excellency for brilliantly assuming the presidency of the Security Council. We, Mozambique, and the African continent at large highly value Sierra Leone's strong leadership of the African Union Committee of the 10 heads of state and government on the United Nations Security Council reforms, C10. Since 2005, Sierra Leone has been at the forefront in advocating the reform of the United Nations Security Council and ensure Africa's permanent representation as enshrined in the Zuluwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. Today's high-level debate is a clear testimony to Sierra Leone's continued commitment to this sacred mandate. Mr. President, the issue before us has been addressed in many different fora, notably in the context of the intergovernmental negotiations on the question of equitable representation on an increase in the membership of the Security Council and the related matters, as per General Assembly Resolution 62557. We note with regret the Security Council's engagement in that process has been modest, to say the least. The Council's position has not changed much since the 1965 expansion that added 4 elected members to the organ. This historical paralysis has become untenable and problematic in recent years as crises proliferate and the institutional limitations of the Council, particularly the deficit in representation, become more apparent. The Secretary General has eloquently articulated today and during our signature event in May, dedicated to solidifying Africa's role in addressing global Africa's challenges. He said, and I quote, "We need to embed Africa participation and leadership across the global peace and security architecture. Today, African countries continue to be denied a seat at the negotiating table, including in the Security Council." End of quote. Mr. President, despite continued and unequivocal support for the common African position by the overwhelming majority of the United Nations member states, progress towards Africa's quest remains elusive. To the dismay of African states, the global consensus on the justice and legitimacy of Africa's call for a permanent seat in the Security Council has devolved into a prolonged, difficult, and unfinished labor process. Hence, Africa, being the only continent without representation on the Security Council, must drive the call to meaningful actions to rectify the historical injustice it endures. We feel, the world feels, that the time has come to unleash Africa's peace power, for Africa to hold a permanent seat at the Security Council host table. Mr. President, Mozambique embraces today's discussion as it echoes the call this Council has made in the presidential statement issued during our presidency in May, which states inter alia, I quote, "The Security Council expresses support for progress in enhancing the role and representation of African states in global governance and decision-making processes." End of quote. The challenges posed by Africa's limited representation in the Security Council restricts, to a large extent, the continent's ability to deliver effective and positive conflict resolution experience and mechanisms. This can result in delayed international responses, solutions that do not align with the continent's long-term peace and security goals, and an over-reliance on external forces and non-African actors and challenges in an effective implementation of the principle African solutions to African problems. African member states, whether individually or through regional and sub-regional organizations, like the African Union, have been pivotal in maintaining international peace and security. Africa has made sacrifices and faced challenges on behalf of the global community while lacking appropriate and permanent representation in this important decision-making body. We have adopted in December last year the highly acclaimed Security Council Resolution 2719, which addresses a long-standing demand of the continent to ensure access to adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing for African Union-led peace support operations. But we believe it will remain insufficient without the influence and authority that comes by virtue of an African permanent seat. To those who argue that an expanded council would diminish its efficacy, we assert that legitimacy and effectiveness are not mutually exclusive. One does not advance at the expense of the other. In fact, they can be mutually reinforcing. Despite the daunting task of creating a more inclusive, transparent, efficient and effective, democratic and accountable council, and the slow progress of the intergovernmental negotiations, Africa will steadfastly maintain its common position in demanding permanent seats on the UN Security Council. We remain unified and will speak with one voice through the C10 and the A3+, guided by the Zuluini Consensus and the CIRT Declaration. Let us remind ourselves that the other organ of the United Nations, the General Assembly, was able to correct another historical injustice years ago. In 1960, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 1514 that contains the Declaration on the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples. The Declaration said, and I quote, "The subjection of peoples to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation constitutes a denial of fundamental human rights, is contrary to the Charter of the United Nations, and is an impediment to the promotion of world peace and cooperation," end of quote. We should consider this as an important basis to correct the injustice that prevails today in the Security Council structure. Mr. President, as we build momentum toward September Summit of the Future, today's debate will carry the call of Africa for a reformed Security Council, one that is fit for the 21st century and better tailored to the realities, challenges, and strengths of our continent and the world at large. Mozambique considers that at the Summit of the Future, Council members should speak with one voice individually and collectively, for the steadfast correction of the historical injustice and grant Africa, without delay, a permanent presence on the Security Council, fully in line with the tenets of the United Nations Charter and international law. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, representative of Mozambique. Now I give the floor to the representative of China.
Mr. President, China welcomes President Bill in presiding over today's meeting, and thanks Secretary General Guterres and President Francis and Ms. Mobetti for their briefings. The world today is undergoing major changes unseen in a century, with the rise of the global south and the unstoppable trend of multipolarity. As the youngest continent, Africa has made decades of unremitting efforts to pursue unity and progress, to maintain multilateralism and defend the common interests of developing countries. It has demonstrated an active African image and a strong African power. African countries have become a vibrant force on the global political stage, a rising player in the global economy, a core member of the global south, an important pole in the multipolar world, and a key participant in global governance. At the same time, we regret to see that the African continent is still facing many challenges to peace and development, that African countries have not yet gained the international respect they deserve, that the expectations of the African people have not received sufficient attention, and that Africa's international influence has not been on full display. China hopes that through today's discussion, all parties will gain a more comprehensive insight into the historical injustices against Africa, see the hope for its future, and work together with African countries and their people to promote an equitable and orderly multipolar world and an inclusive economic globalization. I wish to share the following 3 points. First, the historical injustices endured by Africa are a huge moral scar on humanity and a heavy issue that the international community must face today. Historically, Western countries have imposed hundreds of years of brutal colonial rule and blatant racial discrimination on Africa. They carried out the inhumane slave trade and plundered resources, depriving the African people of the natural rights and the dignity they deserve, artificially interrupting the historical process of Africa's development and plunging African countries into a long period of suffering and disaster. This is the root cause of all historical injustices in Africa. Even to this day, some Western countries still cling to the colonialist mindset with a self-righteous attitude on African issues. They interfere in the internal affairs of African countries by using financial, legal, sanction-based, and even military means, and exercise unscrupulous oppression and control over African countries in the areas of currency, energy, minerals, and national defense. To rectify the historical injustices against Africa, we must first and foremost unequivocally oppose the legacy of colonialism and all kinds of hegemonic practices. Western countries should truly shoulder their historical responsibilities, change course, stop such wrong practices as external interference and exerting pressure through sanctions, and return the future of Africa to the hands of the African people. Second, the redress of historical injustices against Africa must be both holistic and focused. It's important to recognize that these injustices are systemic and structural in nature, involving various political, economic, scientific, and technological areas, and manifest themselves in various aspects of rights, opportunities, and rules this is an undeniable fact and an issue of great urgency. China believes that the primary task is to support African countries on the path of sustainable development as the foundation of lasting peace. When we look at the hotspot issues in Africa on the Council's agenda, poverty and underdevelopment are often common denominators. The international community should promote and implement the UN 2030 Agenda together with AU's Agenda 2063 and support Africa in its industrialization and modernization and their better participation in the international division of labor so that they can share the dividends of economic globalization and break the vicious cycle of poverty and instability. Third, to rectify the historical injustices against Africa, the fundamental task is to accelerate the overhaul of the multilateral governance architecture and to enhance Africa's representation and voice. Security Council reform is an important part of that overhaul. Based on the common interests of the entire continent, Africa has formed a common position through the Azovini Consensus, which reflects the justice and legitimacy of Africa's demand for reform and enjoys a unique moral advantage. This is fundamentally different from the practice of a few countries and interest groups who pursue their own selfish and small circle interests when it comes to council reform. African countries' desire to be treated as a special case and a priority deserves the attention and support of the international community. China has taken the lead in its favorable response and explicit support for this request. We are pleased to note that such request has been included in Security Council reform-related text in the Pact for the Future and the IGN co-chairs elements paper, and that Africa's demand is gaining greater understanding, recognition, and support. The reform of the financial architecture is another important area of multilateral governance reform. The current international financial system is unfavorable to developing countries in terms of investment and financing, credit ratings, and economic and technical assistance. It imposes many additional conditions, which severely hampers the development and revitalization of African countries. The irresponsible monetary policies of some major economies have had serious spillover effects, repeatedly reaping the hard-won development gains of developing countries. Such a system is unsustainable and must be reformed and improved as soon as possible. Secretary General Guterres and the Global South have made a strong appeal to the international community to take the Pact for the Future as an opportunity to launch truly ambitious initiatives and push for substantial steps of reform. Mr. President, China and Africa are good friends, good partners, and good brothers who are sincere and friendly, based on mutual assistance and joint development. Since the founding of the new China, China has remained firmly supportive of African countries' just struggle for independence and national liberation, and a development path for Africa in line with its conditions. Since the reform and opening up of China, we have vigorously promoted mutually beneficial cooperation. In recent years, we have upheld President Xi Jinping's philosophy of true and sincere cooperation with Africa, and the principle of pursuing the greater good and shared interests, and have fast-tracked the construction of the China-Africa Community of Shared Future. Under the framework of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, we have carried out all-round, multifaceted cooperation in infrastructure, trade, energy, health, digital economy, people and cultural exchanges, and other areas, benefiting the entire African continent. Early next month, the Forum will hold its summit in Beijing. China is ready to work with Africa based based on our friendship and cooperation, to jointly build a high-level China-Africa community of shared future. China is also willing to work with international partners to sincerely help Africa develop and revitalize itself, support Africa with concrete actions to address historical injustices, promote a more just and rational new international political economic order, and truly enhance Africa's representation, voice, and decision-making in the multilateral governance system. Thank you, President.
Thank you, the representative of China, for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to welcome you in the chamber, and I want to thank you for your leadership during this month. I wish to begin by thanking President of the General Assembly, Denis Francis, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and Ms. Sittenbilen-Bette for their insights and for their briefings today. Mr. President, the UN and its Security Council were founded in a time of vastly different political and security realities. Since then, decolonization and dissolution of states led to a significant increase in membership. However, the Security Council has not changed in the last 59 years. A changing world demands a council that reflects these changes. It cannot remain frozen in time. Given the multitude of conflicts worldwide and their increasing complexity, the international community needs the Council that responds swiftly, decisively, and effectively with decisions that are complied with. We need fully legitimate, efficient, and relevant Council. Every organization must evolve. It cannot remain static in a dynamic world. It must reflect the present, not the past. The demands for the Security Council reform are long-standing. Leaders of states and governments recognize this urgent need, and this imperative is more pressing than ever. We have a clear mandate for the reform, reinforced by the UN 75 Declaration, calling for a revitalization of the intergovernmental negotiations process. IGN provides the appropriate framework for these discussions. Its establishment was an important step forward, the reform, as it offered a platform for every UN member or group to address all reform-related issues. At this point, we wish to acknowledge the progress made in the last two sessions, for which the co-chairs deserve our commendation. Mr. President, Slovenia agrees that Africa is underrepresented in the Security Council, and we hold a positive view of the Common Africa position. We should work towards a Council where Africa's voice is not only heard, but is integral in shaping policies for tackling challenges to peace and security, both globally and regionally. Securing a stronger and more permanent voice of the region is not only a question of correcting historical injustice, but also a necessity to maintain the legitimacy, credibility, and relevance of the Council itself. We need to move beyond theoretical discussions and deliver tangible progress and concrete results. The interconnectedness of today's security environment calls for a united response, mobilizing diverse perspectives and expertise. Unique insights and experience of African countries are indispensable in this regard. The African Union and other regional-led efforts and initiatives for conflict prevention, management and resolution demonstrate Africa's commitment to regional and global security. To enhance Africa's voice in global peace and security deliberations, we must also continue strengthening cooperation between the Security Council and regional organizations, particularly the African Union. Consensual adoptions of the Resolution 2719 on the financing of the EU-led peace support operations, recent resolution authorizing MONUSCO support for SAMI DRC, and the joint UN-AU efforts to preserve the security gains in Somalia serve as good examples of enhancing African regional leadership. We look forward to the annual joint consultative meeting between the AU PSC and the members of the Security Council in October. Mr. President, in conclusion, Africa's underrepresentation in the UN Security Council not only denies the continent's pivotal role in shaping global peace and security, but also hinders the UN's ability to address effectively the complex challenges faced by the African countries. Slovenia looks forward to continuing the reform discussions and will remain constructively engaged. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of Slovenia. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Спасибо.
Thank you, President. We welcome your personal participation in the Council's discussion today on the question of addressing the historical injustice regarding the participation of African states in the work of the UN Security Council. We listened very carefully to the briefings from the Secretary-General and the President of the General Assembly. We're also grateful to Ms. Mabete for her useful analysis of the situation in terms of addressing the historical injustice vis-à-vis Africa. This topic is particularly important to us because the Russian Federation was one of the most consistent allies of Security Council reform in order that its membership reflect the multipolar nature of the contemporary world. Our basic attitude on this important question has not undergone any changes since the beginning of the reform process in 2009. We unequivocally advocate for an expansion of the Council solely to include developing countries from Africa, Asia and Latin America. We see that this is a logical and long overdue step towards addressing the historical injustice, primarily vis-à-vis states from the African continent. The current makeup of the Council in no way corresponds to the overall number of states in Africa, nor the contemporary role of Africa in international affairs. At the same time, I think we all agree that a reformed Security Council must remain effective and authoritative. For this, its membership should not be too broad. It's clear that the Security Council, from 25 to 30 members, will not be able to effectively fulfill its mandate. Moreover, it should retain the effective mechanism that was laid down in the Charter by the UN founders, the veto. It is this instrument that guarantees that the Security Council takes balanced and realistic decisions that determine the prospects for conflict resolution in various regions of the world. It is also utilised inter alia in the interests of Africa. For example, exactly a year ago, when a Russian veto meant that an extension of an irrelevant, counterproductive sanctions against Mali could be avoided. President, unfortunately, in recent years, we've observed from some of our colleagues quite a conjectural approach in terms of including new representatives of Africa in the membership of the Council. If you look closely at their arguments, then it's easy to see that they are more concerned with ensuring that alongside countries from the global south, they also include NATO allies in the pool of permanent members. At the same time, it is clear as day that Western countries who are committed to acting as a bloc have already significantly overrepresented at the Security Council. We call on our African colleagues to be alert to this and not make a mistake. And make no mistake, addressing the historic injustice vis-à-vis Africa, while in parallel including new Western members in the Security Council, will not work. For this, the proportion of African and overall developing countries would have to be significantly increased compared with their former colonial capitals and allies, who are trying at any cost and without any justification to preserve their dominant position in international affairs. President, it is our conviction that redressing the historical injustice regarding Africa should not be limited to Security Council reform, because this grim state of affairs is also reflected in other key issues of the multilateral world order, issues that have no less, perhaps more significance for the inherent interests of Africa. We see clearly against the backdrop of their ebbing hegemony, the Western countries, in as much as they can in the spirit of colonial times, are trying to preserve their privileged positions. The consequences of colonialism affect all spheres of life in African society and are a real hindrance to countries of the continent from acquiring a durable role in international affairs. Direct oppression has been replaced by sophisticated forms of neo-colonialism, here entrenching the commodity-based nature of economies, harsh IMF programs, and the brain drains. These factors just compound economic underdevelopment, poverty, and political instability in African countries. There is also direct limitations on development and sometimes on the sovereignty of borrowing countries, that is, the growing debt burden. According to UNCTAD data, the overall debt of Africa over 12 years has increased by 183% to $1.8 trillion US dollars, which is 4 times higher than the national GDP growth across the continent. We can't ignore either the critical question for the African continent, that is the problem of mobilizing domestic financing for development. Africa loses up to 150 billion US dollars every year through the ciphering off of assets, the majority of which sit in Western countries or in jurisdictions that they control. There is also a negative impact on development caused by unlawful restrictive measures which currently affect 9 African countries. And this injustice and neo-colonial discrimination is something that the Western countries don't wish to address, and they prefer to hold forth about with their own theories. We strongly believe that economic support for developing countries from Western countries is not a gesture of goodwill. It's a moral debt for the injustice of the exploitative colonial system of the past and the international financial system of today. Since despite their grand statements of Western donors, the amount of development assistance remains meagre, lower than the 0.7% of GNP required in line with international obligations. Around this issue, there is still lively debate at the negotiations on the draft Pact of the Future. The problem of a lack of representation in the Global South in the managing structures, not only of the Bretton Woods structures, but also UN development institutions, funds and programs, is loud and clear. It's unacceptable when, for decades, management positions are being held by representatives of one regional group, and the secretariats of financial institutions are de facto being privatised by the biggest donors. We trust that with the assistance of the co-facilitators of the negotiation process, one of which is Namibia, the progress that is so necessary to democratise the global governance system will be achieved. President, against the backdrop of the worsening general humanitarian situation in Africa, the blatant politicisation of the provision of humanitarian assistance from Western donors is surprising. Thus, the UN appeals for many African countries in 2023 were only funded to a level of 20 to 30%, and these same trends are continuing this year. At the same time, for example, in Ukraine, which is an exporter of food, the humanitarian appeal had record levels of funding, 70 or more %. It's also clear that the amount of Western military assistance to Ukraine could easily plug the hole in the majority of UN African humanitarian plans, improving the lives of hundreds of millions of people. However, Western politicians and business people prefer, rather than that, to provide weapons in hotspots and increasing the suffering of people. A similar state of affairs has been observed in part of international efforts on peace building too. We note that Western donors provide financial support primarily to projects that tie in with their own priorities, when the real needs of African countries regarding infrastructure and technology are often overlooked. Is this actually not just a manifestation of the historical injustice towards Africa? It is high time to put an end to this and move to a just world order, redressing the artificial imbalance from the past, when the majority of Africa was still colonised. Some steps in the right direction have been taken. The recent inclusion of the AU in the G20 and also the expansion of BRICS, largely for African countries. There's no doubt that this will provide opportunities to take the continent's priorities more into account in discussions on key global questions at this platform. Going to the directly to the topic of our meeting, I'd like to say that there are a lot of practical steps that really would strengthen the voice of African councils in our council today, so they don't have to wait for agreements on the Security Council to be made. Well, thus, an obvious relic of the old colonial logic at the Council, which is the current distribution of penholderships for country and regional files between former colonial powers. There is a very disappointing situation in place where the majority of peoples in Africa have gained independence, but their former colonizers are still keeping an eye on them from the Council chamber. For years, we have consistently denounced this unfortunate situation, and any efforts to try and address this are being sabotaged by Western countries. President, in conclusion, I would like to underscore that the USSR was always a sincere and true friend of Africa, helping it free itself from the shackles of colonialism and exploitation and stand firmly on its own 2 feet. Today, this friendly and constructive line towards Africa is being continued by Russia. Therefore, our African friends can always count on our support and assistance. And also that we will continue to expose those, as we say, on the back of Africa, try to drag new Western members into the Security Council, and in doing so, try to maintain their influence at the Council and in the world as a whole, so that they can continue to exploit your states and hinder their development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, representative of the Russian Federation, for that statement. Now, give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation warmly welcomes Your Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, and thank you for convening this important meeting. We also appreciate the insights provided by the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, and Dr. Umbete. In 1963, there was a Security Council reform. This was led by the Africa-Asian group, including Sierra Leone. This Afro-Asian group then cited that since 1945, 60 new member states had joined the United Nations, a large number of which were from Africa or Asia. They succeeded in adding 4 non-permanent seats to the Council. Since 1963, the UN membership has increased by 80 states. This includes 31 new member states from the Asia-Pacific and 20 from Africa. The Republic of Korea, as a country with vivid memories of colonialism and underdevelopment, and a country that belatedly joined the United Nations, deeply sympathizes with Africa's request for Security Council reform. We wish to once again accomplish the reforms, stand shoulder to shoulder with Africa. Mr. President, given Sierra Leone's activism on Security Council reform as the coordinator of the AU's C10, we view this signature event as an exceptional occasion to deepen mutual understanding on this critical issue. As we outline the following points today, we would like to stress that the sense of marginalization and injustice underpinning today's debate is in fact widely shared by 188 UN member states who have always endured inequality in relation to the P5. First, permanent membership is a unique historical product of 1945, yet it enjoys perpetual privileges, including the veto, which is oftentimes detrimental to the Council's functioning. It is an anachronism in today's eyes. Imagine having a permanent membership more than doubled in this chamber. The vast majority of the UN membership, including the elected members of the Security Council, would inevitably be further marginalized. In addition, increasing permanent members translates into less opportunities for the rest of the UN membership to serve on the Council. This can be considered as creating even greater injustice. The Republic of Korea's consistent and strong reservations about expanding the permanent membership are thus based on the rational and logical conclusion that this antiquity needs to be contained, not proliferated. This principled position is irrelevant to our bilateral relations with any of those countries or regions that aspire to permanent presence on the Council. Second, it is our firm belief that expanding solely the non-permanent membership must be the gist of next reform. Periodic elections are the only means to ensure that the Security Council adapt to the constantly evolving international realities and remain representative. Any fixed composition of new permanent members will serve at best as a still picture or a snapshot of one moment of history. We believe that finding compromise is possible by adjusting specific modalities for elected seats. The Uniting for Consensus group is flexible about this matter, and its proposal of longer-term re-electable seats deserves positive consideration in this vein. Third, equitable geographical distribution as enshrined in the UN Charter will guide us in allocating the expanded non-permanent seats. The rule is simple. Non-permanent seats shall be distributed across 5 regional groups in proportion to the respective group's size. In this connection, my delegation's constant plea at the IGN has been to recognize and be mindful of the fact that the Asia-Pacific is the most underrepresented regional group in the current Security Council, with 53 UN member states rotating on just 2 non-permanent seats. Asia-Pacific can be best characterized by its unique diversity. Our region lacks any regional decision-making mechanism that spans across the entire region, let alone a unified voice on Security Council reform. However, diversity cannot be the reason for less seats in the Security Council, if not more. Fourth, we continue to explore the common African position with great interest. Africa is indeed a special case. Africa's unity and advanced regional coordination mechanism enabled Africa to envisage that 2 permanent seats, rather than permanent members, represent the entire region. This concept of regional permanent seat is inconceivable for other regions such as the Asia-Pacific. It is our understanding that Africa intends to internally nominate candidates for these seats without excluding the possibility of regional rotation. In this regard, I'd like to remind everyone in this chamber that non-permanent seats are in essence permanently allocated to regions for rotation. We look forward to further discussions to find and leverage possible common ground between Africa's idea around the permanent seats and the UFC's proposal for longer-term re-electable seats. Mr. President, supporting African abilities to maintain peace and security goes beyond the composition of the Security Council. With this year marking the 20th anniversary of the AU Peace and Security Council, we commend Africa's tireless efforts to reinforce its peace and security architecture. Africa's growing role in vital areas such as peacekeeping and climate peace and security is a result of Africa's strong ownership in solving African problems and its political will to share responsibility in the global arena. The Security Council should continue to support these endeavors, including by improving coordination with the Peace Building Commission. The Republic of Korea stands ready to actively contribute to sustaining peace and development in Africa. This will build upon mutually beneficial partnership between Korea and Africa, recently reinforced by the first Korea-Africa Summit in June. In conclusion, Mr. President, we should be reminded, in light of the upcoming Summit of the Future, that reform of the Security Council pertains to the effectiveness and the legitimacy of the whole UN system, with a lasting impact on each and every UN member state. In this regard, we look forward to continuing engagement at the IGN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, the representative of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. And I also thank the Secretary General Guterres and the President of the General Assembly, Francis, and Ms. Mbete for their insights. With a growing young population and heterogeneous cultural and historical context, Africa plays a key role in driving change in the challenging times of today. As echoed in the new Agenda for Peace, Africa's aspirations should be supported and facilitated by the international community, including by the Security Council. These political efforts should also be complemented by the necessary reform of the international financial architecture, as currently being addressed in negotiations of the Pact for the Future. President, this responsibility is necessary to offset the historical underrepresentation of Africa on this Council. As forming part of the Uniting for Consensus group, Malta fully supports Africa's call for increased representation, and we believe that the UFC model responds to these calls effectively. In the case of an enlargement of the Council up to 27 member states, the UFC model would elevate seats for the African group from the current 3 to 6 elected seats. Some of these seats would also have a longer term, enabling countries with capacity and willingness to further contribute to the Council's work. Malta firmly believes in a Security Council that reflects today's realities, underpinned by a genuine pursuit of equitable representation. This principle should form an integral part of our discussions today. By expanding the elected seat category for Africa, we witness a 100% increase in its representation. Allow me to recall recent achievements led by our elected African partners on this Council, reflecting its effectiveness and democracy. The landmark resolution 2719 on UN-assessed contributions for AU-led peace support operations, facilitated by last year's configuration of the A3, Ghana, Gabon, and Mozambique, is one such example. By recognizing the complementarity of regional configurations to security in Africa, we are inherently recognizing the significant contributions of African countries to peacekeeping. Through effective co-pen holderships, particularly those related to African files on the Council, Council members have been able to adopt important products. We welcome the recent adoptions of the Presidential Statement on UNOWAS, co-penned by Sierra Leone and Switzerland, and the resolution authorizing MONUSCO's support for SAMI-DRC, co-penned by France and Sierra Leone. Jointly with some of our African partners on the Council, we have also worked to ensure the implementation of the shared commitments on women, peace and security. This includes advancing language on the full, equal, meaningful and safe participation of women in discussions and products, with the WPS informal experts group contributing significantly to this effect. Similar approaches have been invested in addressing the climate-related risks on peace and security through the joint pledges on climate, peace and security and the CPS informal experts group. President, every time the Council fails to act on the most delicate and urgent matters, often as a result of the pervasive use of the veto, the international community is failing in its responsibility to maintain peace and security. Malta continues to support efforts to curtail the veto's use, especially when faced with the gravest crimes of concern to the international community. Any additional discussions on Security Council reform must continue to take place within the IGN. To conclude, President, let us collectively infuse credibility and prosperity for future generations. Our aspirations are with Africa's. As we share multiple common interests and concerns, so too we share a common approach to finding solutions. I thank you.
Thank you, the representative of Malta. Now I give the floor to Ecuador, the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank the briefings for their statements. This timely meeting, as we can see from the way it is unfolding, is but a line in the reams that could be said and a drop in the ocean of what must be done to plug a vacuum that exists on the Security Council and in global governance institutions. This vacuum exists as a result of the insufficient representation of Africa and, of course, other regions of the world in these spaces. For this reason, my delegation thanks Sierra Leone for the opportunity given to debate this issue in this chamber. Due to its demographic, economic, social and cultural growth, the African continent is a key actor in strengthening the United Nations and in multilateralism. It is also the driving force of global development, as emerges clearly in the document entitled Agenda 2063, The Africa We Want. In recent decades, African countries have helped to craft effective responses to the threats to and breaches of international peace and security. Particularly noteworthy are the African continent's work following decisions of the Peace and Security Council of the AU related to the position of the A3 on the UN Security Council. Indeed, this informal caucus, rooted in the institutional framework of the African Union, has made it possible for Africa to increase its influence and impact, and that has resulted in outcomes which go beyond African issues. Examples include Kenya's recent leadership in the multinational security support mission in Haiti, or the traditional and invaluable African contributions to peacekeeping operations at a global level. Ecuador is convinced that Africa has the right to participate on an equal footing in the architecture of global governance. Ensuring they can do that involves reforming not only this Security Council, but also the institutions of the international financial architecture which emerged from Bretton Woods. We must bear in mind that the multilateral system was designed in the 1940s, when the majority of Africa was still under colonial rule. It is crucial to note against this backdrop that only 4 African states participated in the conference which founded the United Nations in San Francisco, and today there are many more African nations. It is clear that the Security Council does not represent today's reality, and in support of that argument, we could provide a series of reasons that we've put forward in other fora. But suffice it to say that the population of the Global South accounts for more than 2/3 of UN membership, while the Security Council represents less than 8%. That undermines its legitimacy. Moreover, the nature of global threats and the definition of international security have both changed since 1945. The Security Council must adapt to these ever-changing and new challenges, such as pandemics, conflicts between non-state actors, international terrorism, and transnational organized crime, among others. These threats can only be resolved through an institution which represents the interests and perspectives of all of humankind, and not solely those of major powers. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, during the 43rd meeting of the first session of the General Assembly held on the 30th of October 1946, the President of the Ecuadorian delegation, Mr. Francisco Illescas Barriero, reiterated the position that had been expressed during the San Francisco conference in the following terms. Here I quote, "The process of honing the United Nations Charter must democratize the organization that is the Security Council in a way that is so logical and legitimate that it quickly leads to the free election of all its members. That will fully restore the sovereign equality of all states and at the same time make it clear that justice reigns, justice exercised and distributed equally throughout the world." End quote. It was also in the San Francisco conference that Ecuador, like many Latin American countries, did not vote in favor of the so-called right to veto in the Charter, given that it was born of the original sin that is secrecy, and that indeed remains a key tenet buttressing my country's foreign policy. I wish to conclude by saying that my delegation will continue to support a concerted and ambitious Security Council reform, particularly within the ideal forum, and that is the working group on the question of equitable representation on an increase in the membership of the Security Council and other related matters. Ecuador believes that a reform of the Security Council is possible with a realistic and flexible approach. It must be tied to an ethical model of democracy based on the principles of alternation and accountability. It must be tailored to the realities and diversities of today's world without new vetoes or endless privileges being granted. The reform must repay our historic debt to Africa and other regions of the world. Many thanks.
Thank you, the representative of Ecuador. Now, for that statement, I call or I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Your Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, please accept my delegation's appreciation for convening this debate on a subject of long-standing concern to Guyana. I also thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres and President of the General Assembly Dennis Francis and Ms. Setembele Mbete for insightful perspectives. Mr. President, the matter of Africa's underrepresentation on the Security Council and addressing the historical injustice continue to feature prominently in discussions concerning the reform of the organ. Guyana therefore sees this as a historic moment today, and thank you for extending that debate to this table in the Council itself. As members of the Council, we are uniquely positioned to proffer perspectives on this subject, since we are intimately acquainted with the impacts of Africa's underrepresentation on the Council. In this regard, I take this opportunity to reaffirm Guyana's support for the Common African Position, as expressed in the Ezulwini Consensus and CERT Declaration. We support expansion of Africa's representation in the non-permanent category of membership and Africa's aspiration to permanent membership as part of a broader reform of the Security Council that also addresses the deficit in permanent membership from other regions, including my own, Latin America, and the Caribbean region. Indeed, Mr. President, the role and power of the Security Council and its current membership is perhaps the greatest of all international paradoxes in a rules-based system. On the one hand, the Council is the only UN organ whose decisions and resolutions are binding on all UN member states. On the other hand, it is the most unrepresentative and undemocratic, unfit for purpose in this century. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, allow me to put forward a few points for reflection. First, Guyana's engagement on the Council over the last several months has reinforced to us the primacy of politics in decision-making, sometimes trumping principle on extremely critical issues. We must consider how this affects the interests of affected countries, particularly those in the throes of conflict and war. Underrepresented regions, such as Africa, from which a comparatively higher number of items feature on the Council's agenda, are therefore at a disadvantage, since this translates to underrepresentation in decision-making on matters that are of direct interest to the region. Even in instances where the strength of Africa's advocacy is enhanced through a coordinated approach in mechanisms such as the A3+, this can easily be countered by the use of the veto in a manner that is contrary to the interest of the country or region concerned. This takes me to my second point, which concerns the use of the veto. In discussions on the reform of the Security Council, some advocate for expanded permanent membership but without the veto privilege. Guyana does not support this proposition, since it advocates the creation of hierarchies of members in the permanent category. Moreover, it will perpetuate the injustice which is the subject of our discussion today by restricting the prerogatives of new permanent members, including from Africa. While we firmly support the abolition of the veto itself, Guyana contends that as long as it continues to exist, all new permanent members should have the prerogative of its use. To do otherwise would also perpetuate the existing imbalance on the Council, the one we are trying to fix. Notwithstanding, the use of the veto has to be curtailed. It should never be used to paralyze the Council in cases of mass atrocities such as genocide, war crime, and crimes against humanity, when the expectation of Council action is great, given its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. We have extant examples of how effective Council action is stymied when civilians are in extreme circumstances and desperately need Council's intervention to survive. My third point is therefore about the privilege of power inherent in permanent membership. This privilege does not exist in silos, but comes with attendant responsibility. The Charter clearly provides that the Council acts on behalf of all members of the United Nations when carrying out its duties for the maintenance of international peace and security. It is therefore a legitimate expectation, indeed a responsibility of this Council, that the Council would be attendant to the interests of the wider membership on peace and security issues, especially when there is broad consensus for the Council to take decisions of a particular nature on specific issues. I cite, for example, Mr. President, the case of the decades-long Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Council's relevance risks erosion when the privilege of power is weaponized against the very people it is intended to defend and protect. The Council's relevance is also at risk when the privilege of power restricts enforcement of decisions. For this reason, justified accusations of impotence continue to be leveled at this Council. Those countries with this privilege and those that aspire to permanent membership with all its prerogatives must be seized of this perspective and commit to not weaponizing the privilege of power to pursue narrow self-interests, including in situations where the principle of the responsibility to protect must guide Council action. My fourth and final point, Mr. President, concerns accountability. While the Charter is clear that the Council acts on behalf of all Member States, Guyana is of the view that elected members of the Council demonstrate a greater sense of responsibility to their constituents, that is, to the General Assembly that elected them and their home populations that support them. This sense of responsibility is often the driving force behind actions by elected members, including greater involvement by non-Council members in the work of the Council. I am therefore hopeful that the election of new permanent members to the Council would translate to an increased sense of responsibility and accountability and to more actions driven by this. Mr. President, as with most difficult questions on the UN's agenda, the requisite political will can facilitate an early and long overdue reform of the Council needed to bring it in line with the current composition of the UN membership, making it better fit for purpose. We must muster the political will now, or face the UN's only lawmaking body, losing both its credibility and legitimacy, and risking greater global instability. Addressing the historical injustice against Africa is central in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you, the representative of Guyana. And now I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Allow me, first of all, to say how honoured we are to be able to speak on behalf of a country that's relatively small, a recent member of the Council, first mandate at the Council that we have, but also a rich history of cooperation with over 4 decades with African countries who's about the history and representative of the Council. Thank you for this humbling opportunity. I would also like to thank our Secretary-General, who not only in his statement today, but in his new Agenda for Peace, makes a clear plea for reform of this Council, and the President of the General Assembly and Dr. Mabete for their enlightening interventions too. Indeed, when 50 countries met in San Francisco in the spring of 1945 to negotiate our charter, there were only 4 African countries, as we've heard, among them. And yet, Liberia's head of delegation, Clarence Lorenzo Simpson, said something that remains important for countries like mine to this day, and I quote,
Means to wage war, the dreams and hopes of small nations are only of world peace, the security of their rights and independence.
As for Simpson's third dream and hope, independence, the Charter includes articles on self-determination in chapters 11, 12 and 13, and the United Nations has been able to accompany many African countries on their road towards independence. Today, not only are there 54 African members of the United Nations, but the richness and diversity of their contributions is omnipresent and indispensable to the UN. From contingents of peacekeepers to unique examples of conflict prevention and resolution, often at the local level, to innovative ways of increasing sustainability. Ms. Betty mentioned this herself. 40% of the world's young people will be living in the African continent by 2050. Young Africans will therefore play a key role in shaping the world's future. If the Security Council is to remain credible and relevant, as well as future-looking, it must evolve with this world of tomorrow and offer better representation to the African continent, which has been underrepresented for so long, despite the strong presence of African contexts in the Council's decisions and discussions. Switzerland supports the commitment of African countries to play their rightful role on the world stage. Security Council reform is a necessary and urgent step towards making the Council more representative, more accountable, and more effective. President, with regard to Simpson's second dream and hope, the guarantee of our rights, we have seen, with the adoption of the Charter and a multitude of instruments of international and humanitarian law, great progress within the international community. And yet, today, the peoples of the United Nations are confronted with the greatest number of conflicts, violence, deaths, injuries, displacement. Yes, they are being confronted with a shocking dehumanization. Even the best reforms will not bring greater peace and security to the world if the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law are not respected, or even systematically flouted. All member states have an obligation and responsibility, not only to respect the Charter, but also to implement the resolutions of this Council. The Security Council, for its part, must act in good faith on behalf of UN member states. This requires a relentless pursuit of peace, based on international law and systematic dialogue with the states directly concerned. The Council's working methods are essential to strengthen its accountability, coherence and transparency, and thus the legitimacy and implementation of its decisions. This is why, for Switzerland, improving them remains a priority. And improving methods implies a restrictive use of the veto, as proposed by the ACT Group Code of Conduct, to which 130 countries have pledged not to vote against resolutions in the case of genocide, war crimes or mass atrocities, crimes which have severely affected the African continent throughout its history. President, let us finally come to the first dream and hope of the head of the Liberian delegation in San Francisco, the aspiration for global peace. This is the primary task of this body, the Security Council, and I think we can all agree it is not fulfilling it, certainly not enough and not well enough. Not only is greater representation of African states on the Security Council imperative, it also means it's important to base its work more on regional and local expertise. This Council can learn from the success of the Peace-Building Commission in certain African contexts, but also from excellent African initiatives such as the Panel of the WISE Youth Network, or FemWise. These are instruments of preventive diplomacy that we need to support and make greater use of. Allow me in particular to underscore the important role that African women mediators can play in conflict resolution on the continent and elsewhere in the world. In the same vein, Switzerland encourages intensified exchanges between this Council and the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. The aim is to increase mutual understanding and coherence of our action. Annual exchanges between the two councils enable us to tackle peace and security issues together, based on a regional approach and a global vision. I am therefore delighted to be able to welcome the Peace and Security Council of the African Union in October under the Swiss presidency for in-depth discussions on the issues of such as the role of youth, the implementation of Resolution 2719 on peace operations, or on climate and security. President, in his new agenda for peace, the Secretary-General defines 3 key factors: trust, solidarity and universality. To guarantee these and the strength and the maintenance of international peace and security, African contributions are and will remain essential. The Pact for the Future offers us the opportunity to call in unison for a more representative, effective and accountable Security Council. Allow me to conclude with an African saying that says, "When the music changes, so does the dance." So it's high time that the Council adapts to the music of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the representative of Switzerland. And now give the floor to His Excellency General Jeje Odongo Abubakar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda.
Mr. President of the UN Security Council, members of the United Nations Security Council, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate Your Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, for assuming the presidency of the United Security Council for the month of August 2024. Let me also take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting my President, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who due to other state engagements could not be able to participate in this important debate on maintenance of international peace and security, addressing the historical injustice and enhancing Africa's effective representation in the United Nations Security Council. I also thank the entire A3 on the Security Council and the leadership of the government of Sierra Leone for ably steering over the years the African Committee of the 10 heads of state and the strong commitment to advancing the common African position on the UN Security Council reform. Mr. President, history is clear that for centuries, even before the start of the Second World War and before the founding of the UN in 1947, Africa has been relatively a significant actor of international affairs. Africa is known for having been the cradle of civilization and also the cradle of life millions of years ago. During the colonial times, the continent of Africa fed the Industrial Revolution in Europe with resources, raw materials, and human labor, which propelled the development of the North and laid the foundation for the modern world that we see today. Since independence, Africa has continued to provide the world with much-needed resources, including rare minerals, which cannot be found elsewhere on Earth. Africa continues to be the market of the world, with global manufacturers and producers looking at high immense market potential. Today, Africa is a leading contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping operations, thereby playing a very crucial role in the promotion of international peace and security. However, in spite of this, Africa has been unjustly excluded from positions of power and influence in the United Nations Security Council, the main organ responsible for international peace and security. Yet Africa dominates the agenda of the Security Council with an inordinate number of conflicts. To date, Africa has continued to be treated unfairly and unequally in the multilateral space. Africa continues to suffer unfairness in international trade and financial architecture, unfairness in climate change issues, in spite of the fact that it meets the least greenhouse gases, but suffers the greatest consequences. Africa continues to suffer denial of opportunities due to unfair immigration policies and gets less value for our resources due to unfair exploitation by the international capitalists. Amid all these injustices, historic and current, Africa does not have a platform in which her voice can authoritatively be heard and listened to as an equal partner and an important global contributor. A stronger presence at the Security Council would offer Africa that much-needed platform for engagement with the international community as an equal and significant partner. The walls of this hall have heard this call from Africa for a long time. It is high time this call is responded to through the reforms of the Security Council. Therefore, Africa reiterates its call for full reform of the Security Council to address the historical injustice and the urgent imperative to rectify it by making Africa represented in both the permanent and non-permanent categories. Africa is ready to work relentlessly with peace-loving nations to build inclusive, just, democratic, free systems that align with the multipolar world on equal terms. Mr. President, the African Union Committee of 10, under the leadership of Sierra Leone, has been pursuing the mandate to promote, advocate, and canvass for support of the common African position on the reform of the UN Security Council as stipulated in the Zuluini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. This position of Africa is that Africa demands for 2 permanent seats and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the Security Council. The Committee of 10 is driven by the hope and conviction of sovereign equality in representation and participation in the intergovernmental negotiations for the reform of the Security Council to achieve a future of shared goals for humanity. The core aspiration of Africa is to get representation in the United Nations Security Council as equal partners and make a contribution to a multilateral system that should become inclusive and work for the interests of all. Mr. President, looking at the current configuration of the Security Council, Africa is very underrepresented. In the permanent members category, Africa has none. Europe has 3. America has 1. Asia has 1. In the non-permanent category, Africa has 3, Europe has 3, America has 2, and Asia has 2. Yet today, Africa boasts of 54 member states, representing 28% of the UN membership. Furthermore, Africa is a continent with immense potential in terms of available arable land, critical minerals to drive the digital revolution, market capabilities, a rapidly growing population, and is poised for economic prowess. Therefore, Africa indeed must be enabled to make its contribution to the world, and therefore should be granted its rightful place in the global institutions, including this Council. Mr. President, the African Group has endeavored to build extensive support within the intergovernmental negotiations process for the enlargement in both the permanent and non-permanent categories and for inclusion.
Pretty good. I'm over here in Santa Teresa for this news conference. I think, I'm not too sure who's going to be rolling on it, but I think they're aware of this in the newsroom. But I'll double check with Jason right now in a minute, see if I actually need to be talking to you. All right, sounds good. Thank you. What's up? There's a lot happened. But... Oh, hold on. This is coming. Let me try to use it right now. Hi.
You on IP?
Huh?
I said, you're on IP or you?
No, I'm on the PL.
On the PL?
Yeah.
That's what I meant, the PL.
Who's gonna be? We're just live streaming.
Yeah, we're just live streaming. How you doing, brother? Hey, Ben. Good. How are you? Just doing the dream on a Monday. Monday, right? Yeah. My Wednesday. Your Monday. My Wednesday. Nobody likes to open. If you want, man, when they actually come out, I have a wireless stick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That works. Yeah.
That way we can. I've got a stand. You can flip up the podium.
Oh, they're bringing out a whole podium and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's normally how it works. Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked for podium, no podium. Oh, no podium. Okay. All right. Well, then, yeah, don't even worry about the wireless. All right. Look at that.
Hey, Albert. So I just spoke with him. We're going to be live streaming it apparently. Yeah. No, I don't think so. He doesn't have to do anything at Albert in the booth. If anything, if you can tell me, you know, my lighting and everything would be good. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'll be alright. Alright. I would say something. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, a little.
About me?
No. No, it's because I didn't know what a beauty shot was. The August 3rd thing. And he was asking for a beauty shot. No, you're good. Yeah. And that's why I was like, after this, where are we going? Cruises?
Yeah. Yep.
What we got over there?
Another press conference. But it's not until 2 o'clock. Actually, I have an interview with Heinrich's opposer for the Lightning's Amenity.
Okay.
So I'll probably do that here in the parking lot after this is finished up, and then we'll just drive up. I'm looking up all the video and then head up.
But you did want me to roll on them once now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You roll for the packages later. You see the speed trap when you're coming in?
Yeah. I kind of got spooked. I was like, oh.
I was like, please.
I was like, what's the speed limit? Because it changes so much.
I think it went from 45 to 60.
And then back down to 45.
Yeah. Pretty sure that top is sitting right where it turns from 60 to 45.
Oh yeah, not that one.
You are come in.
I can imagine.
Especially between here in Albuquerque.
Uh-huh.
I had 374,000.
They chill out over by the lake. spot there too, it drops from 7.5 to 5 or whatever. It's like a volcano you have to drive through it. It drops. They wait. Actually have one in the Mexico unit, but it's not in my unit that I have right now.
In my heart, you're worth more than $1 million.
It doesn't amount though, I just have to hold it. But
And about 5 million.
Yeah, how you doing, my man?
No, that's me. Me.
I'll get nervous. Oh, great. Thank you for coming. Oh, okay. I don't know how we've never met before.
I know. I'm honestly based in DC, so I'm not here too often. That is probably why I had to guess. Yeah, so I think okay, perfect. We'll have some cameras just so you can see them walking out if you want your angle this way, but for talking with you right here, it's a little more interesting. Whatever you prefer.
When's the last time you were down near the border?
The border, last time I was here was
Oh, okay.
but I only get to come out like here, so some dudes, much more recently than I was here. Actually be on the ground. Last time I was here okay, yeah, so we'll have him go walk over and then
When you actually have to drive into...
Dude, I was at the border and then like, I'm all showing my creds and stuff, and they wanted me to go through the line. And then I had some bad.
He's like, hey, let me go against traffic.
Felt like something out of the nachos where I stopped it.
That's because you're the chief. It was funny, you know, like, okay. The guy wanted me to go, I was like, do you want me to re-enter? Like, I'm in the U.S. right now. How the hell are you going to make me yeah.
Now the other day I was doing a live shoot with Isabella for back to school.
Yeah.
And then we went into like different parts of the campus.
Okay.
And we lost signal like at the last live shot. I was like, really? Like it kept freezing and we were like, and I tried to boot it back, boot it back up. And sure enough, it did not work at all.
Didn't agree with you?
No.
Oh, yeah. You're already taking your stream, huh? It's already up.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk to you.
this funny.
Come in with the...
Yeah.
Everybody in my newsroom was like, Slovenia shoot like, oh, you don't make the world like that. Like, you trained 4 years to win the gold, bro. Like, that.
Hey, you know what? Both men's and women's basketball got gold.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
You know who really disappointed me? Is the girl that goes, nah. What's her name? Richardson from Texas? The runner? The 100-meter runner?
Oh, yeah.
She won like in the team like everything, I know that, but like when she got that one was like a little bit firm.
Jay likes the Australian breakdance.
Dude, what is that? Like, when did that come into the Olympics?
I have no idea, dude.
But people like that, dude. Like my nephew was like, oh, did you see that? I was like, that's not a sport, bro. Like, I don't know what that is.
You know, I can't wait for 28 when they're finally putting flag football in there. That's gonna be cool.
See, but do we destroy them by putting NFL players? Or
Yeah.
But what's crazy is that some of the best NFL players in the world are calling us for their flights. You know what I mean?
The ones who are gonna be really good are like your mobile TVs. You got like Lamar Jackson,
Oh,
Jalen
yeah.
Hurts, and they're gonna run circles all over the place.
Oh yeah, dude. You're like killer. I love him, but I just think like Josh Allen's a bigger version of him. You know what I mean? Just like,
I've always said Josh Allen's like a white Cam Newton.
yeah.
I mean, they got the same build pretty much.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of go back in time. He looks like a young John Owen, how big he was.
Oh yeah.
With a freaking cannon like that, he could run like a monster.
It's ironic too that Elway passed on him too. Now he's like, man, I should drop this Josh Allen. I was hoping too that the Broncos were going to get James Winston this year. I was hoping that's who they were going to go after.
Are you? I don't think he's worth the trouble though, man. He always brings a bunch of like
Antics.
yeah, dude. Well, it's like Cam. Like Cam, when Cam's on, he's on, and then he goes. Like,
I mean, I've been a Bucs fan for years. I lived through the Jameis years.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I mean, the dirty season was just insane. But I feel like when he was on the Saints, when he played almost the full season, so he tore his ACL, he was on fire, dude. That was his first year with Sean Payton. You would have thought if he went to Denver, Payton would have won him back.
I don't know. Then I'm dealing with my CeeDee Lamb crap happening. Is that better? No.
They're walking out. There they are right there.
I can let him know.
We're going to do a quick gaggle here with the congressman senator. You'll each have about 2 questions. We'll go down the line, then back around the line one more time. But 2 questions each will be the max. We'll start off with English, and then we'll go over to Spanish at the end. Great. Julian?
Really quick, we're going to move them just a little bit more this way.
Of course.
The fence is kind of weird. We have the stakes in there.
Can you run me your outlet one more time?
KFOX CBS.
KFOX, great, thank you. All right, make sure everyone has a microphone steady. If you need us to hold the microphones, we have staff to do that too.
Yeah, we're gonna need. Yeah, we're gonna need somebody to hold this one.
Oh, here, I can just hold it. Make sure I know the shots. Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Let us know when you're ready, and then we'll get started. Cool. Kate Fox, you want to start us off with your first question? No? Okay. Julian, go for it.
Yeah, over here. First question. What is the purpose of your visit here today to the port of entry of Santa Teresa? Senator, and then
really to look at the technology that we've been funding through the appropriations process. We had about $400 million that was appropriated in fiscal year 24, much of which ended up financing some of the scanning technology that has been deployed here. That's an opportunity that we both see for really that being the state of the art at all of our ports of entry all along the border.
Great. And we'll go for Miguel. Oh, sorry, Congressman.
Well, what we've seen here today is that the Santa Teresa port of entry is a model for the rest of the nation of how we stop opioids from coming into our country, in particular fentanyl, which kills 700,000 Americans per year. What we're doing here is something we should be able to replicate. And so we are working hard towards that through the appropriations process, but it's going to take both parties coming together for common sense solutions, just like those right here in southern New Mexico.
And we really want to be able to focus simultaneously on policy and on resources. The more resources CBP has, the more effectively they can scan all of the trucks and passenger vehicles that are coming through here. But it's also important, we just passed the Fend Off Fentanyl Act, which gives tools to law enforcement to be able to go after the financial resources of the cartels that are trafficking these opioids.
my second question has to do with the resources. This particular area, Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, Columbus, is one of the deadliest in the country when it comes to migrants being smuggled by cartels like La Empresa, La Línea, and the Sinaloa cartel. What can be done to stop those deaths that are happening right here in the desert behind us and in front of us?
You know, one example is to be able to get this aerostat located here so that we can intercept those folks and make sure that they're, you know, not dying in the desert.
That's exactly right. This technology is not only meant to apprehend folks that are crossing the border illegally, it's also meant to save lives. And we can do that effectively with various types of technology, including the aerostat, which should come online next month, right here at the Santa Teresa Border Patrol Station. That, along with other technology that we really need to fund, will prevent those types of deaths that we're seeing in Doña Ana County. But we also need to work with local law enforcement, as well as with the Office of the Medical Examiner, to figure out exactly why those numbers are spiking. But technology is just one part of that solution.
Miguel? Wait, Casey? Oh, good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Jason?
Okay, so Jason, we have the KBIA here. I guess what's the most surprising thing you guys learned about the fentanyl crisis from law enforcement here today? You know, what did they tell you? What kind of things are they seeing here right now?
Well, they're now able to scan a lot of the vehicles that are coming through, but it's not 100%. And as we're able to layer on additional technologies that are force multipliers for the individual officers. So, for example, I would really like to see the use of machine learning or artificial intelligence so that these officers are really able to focus on just the images that are most likely to tell them that someone is trying to move contraband through the port of entry.
And look, what we're seeing is that over 70% of the fentanyl smuggled into this country is actually by American citizens. And so there's an organized effort here that we need to tackle, in addition to the technology that we're advocating for and the policy changes that we're advocating for. That's why I introduced the No More Narcos Act and the Coyotes Act, is to make sure that our young people, especially in places like Santa Teresa and Sunland Park, aren't falling prey to some of the cartels that are facilitating the transfer of these drugs into communities all across the country through right here, right? Pedestrian, non-commercial, and commercial vehicles, and the technology that we can use to stop that.
How outdated is the technology that we have right now that you guys would consider?
Well, the scanning technology is really new. In fact, it's only been, a little over a year that it's been in place. We need to expand that. We need to make sure that we have the staff to support that so that they're scanning as big a percentage of vehicles as possible. both in the commercial side and especially in the non-commercial side, because that's where we're really seeing a lot of the inflows of illegal narcotics.
Great. We'll go over to Susan here. Do you think that the border is going to get better given what a political football it's become?
My hope, we had a very comprehensive border security bill that would have addressed especially the challenges with our asylum system that Donald Trump asked his party to walk away from. After the election, I'm hopeful that we can get back to the table and pass that legislation. And if we have to tweak it here and there, that's fine. But you know, even though crossings overall are down, we still have fundamental challenges with the way our asylum system is set up. It takes 10 years for people to get an answer from that system. We need to be able to get that answer in 6 months and really make sure it's being applied to people who actually qualify for asylum.
And our job is to explain this to our colleagues. You know, we are a binational community here, and we see the benefits that we have as they relate to international trade. Mexico is our largest trading partner, and so in addition to the policy changes that we need for immigration and to stop fentanyl for coming into this country, we also need to make sure that we support the expansion of ports like Santa Teresa so that we can bring more jobs to districts like this, to the U.S. So that we can benefit and prosper and lower the price of goods for Americans. Now, expanding our ports of entry and easing that flow of goods into our country is going to help lower the prices of Americans. And so that's one of our jobs in Congress, is to go and make sure that we educate our colleagues from non-border states about that it's not just one solution when it comes to fixing the border. The border means a lot. And binational communities like those here in Stellan Park and Santa Teresa and our neighboring community in El Paso know that it's more than just about the asylum process.
I think a lot of southern New Mexicans realize just what a giant economic engine Santa Teresa has become. And it's our job through appropriations, through technology, through policy, to maximize the economic good and minimize the contraband. And that's what this technology that we're looking at today is all about.
Okay, we'll do a quick question in Spanish here from Jerry.
Yeah, well, Senator, I don't know how good your Spanish is, but we can try. Okay. Congressman, you were raised in Ciudad Juarez. You know that if we had this conversation 200 yards to the left, the south, they would be blaming us for bringing that huge appetite for the drugs, for the guns, for the violence, for money, etc., etc. I don't need to explain this to you. Okay? But they feel that our conversation is Texas, tell me how much you're spending in hospitals, or refugees that are waiting for 10 years, or let's bring the dogs out of the blimp and stuff like that. What is our message to them? We just had an airplane landing here with 2 drug lords that made their money out of selling the stuff to us. What can we tell them about this? En español o en inglés, lo que tú quieras.
Lo que podemos decir es que México y los Estados Unidos siempre han sido gran amigos y va a seguir esas relaciones, especialmente con una nueva administración en México. Acabamos de hablar ahorita con el director aquí del puerto fronterizo sobre las conversaciones con el gobierno de México para saber exactamente cuáles son sus planes para expansión, pero también cuáles son sus planes para ayudar a los agentes de la patrulla fronteriza, pues, ayudarnos con este problema que tenemos ahorita. Entonces, esas conversaciones se van a tener con la nueva administración de Ciudad de México y vamos a tratar de nosotros hacer nuestro trabajo como representantes y senadores del lado federal para asegurar que tengamos una buena relación con México moviendo para adelante.
Senator, say something like that in English.
You know, Mexico is our biggest trading partner, and we need this to be a bilateral relationship where we support each other. And once again, that means investing in the things that really maximize our economic well-being for our neighbors in Mexico and for states on the border like New Mexico, while minimizing the opportunity for illegal contraband.
And that's all the time we have today. So we do have the HIDA press conference later at 2 o'clock that you should all have the information for. But thank you guys for coming out here to Santa Teresa. Thank you.
Can we get some video of you guys just standing together real quick?
Sure.
Oh, no,
thank you. Gracias. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate you coming down here.
Yeah, you bet.
Seen some of the coverage, as I'm sure you've seen it when other folks come out to the border, and we want to show them a different picture of what it is here. So, yeah, I'm excited about the expansion as well. Now, when that study comes out, what should we do moving forward with that? Check the appropriations process.
I mean, that
say you, I want to call you Frank just to make you mad. Just fills you with that.
How are you? Pardon me? I was not. I saw a tweet today that the UK hit record for the year at 34 Celsius. That was the warmest it's ever gotten. That wasn't me. You moved to the right place. 34 is the record shattering of the UK is all I'm saying.
You're gonna love it there. Well, the weather I got is the opposite of the last.
Stop there.
I did say that.
When we come home, we become like a half
I'm sure. I would love to go, but I think I'm going to be sick.
He has his one when we check up he's staggering around drunk, babbling on the burger
Hello. Hello. Happy Monday. Hi, everyone. It's like a lot of empty seats back there. It's August. Okay, a couple of things for you at the top on what you all can expect this week. President Biden spoke today with France, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom to discuss the situation in the Middle East and ongoing efforts to de-escalate tensions and reach a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. And as I was walking out, I believe that readout, the joint readout, should be in your inbox. So obviously you'll have that for all of to review. Tomorrow, the President and the First Lady will travel to New Orleans, where they will deliver remarks at a Biden Cancer Moonshot event. On Thursday, the President and the Vice President will travel to Prince George's County, Maryland, to deliver remarks on the progress they are making to lower costs for the American people. And on Friday, the President will head to Camp David for the weekend. We will definitely have more to share on this week's schedule in the days ahead. And one thing that I wanted to say, because we've all been watching these last 2 weeks, today we want to send a heartfelt congratulations to all the American athletes who made us so damn proud, as the President said, at this year's Olympics, bringing home an impressive 126 medals, including 40 gold medals. From the President on down, we have all been cheering you on here at the White House, and the First Lady and the Second Gentleman were proud to represent the United States and root for our athletes in Paris. The President also personally called Olympians last week to congratulate them and thank them for representing our nation on the world stage. As the First Lady said, and I quote, "Our athletes carry more than just our flag. They carry our nation's heart and our hopes with them too. From basketball and soccer to gymnastics and swimming, our nation's greatest athletes gave us their all and showed us that truly nothing is beyond our capacity when we do it together. Sports help us unite, and the Olympics remind us that despite our differences, we can come together to achieve greatness." While we are sad that the Olympics games, they're over, and we're very sad about that, it's come to an end, we are very excited to host them here in the United States in 2028. And we have the Paralympic Games to look forward to later this month, and you can bet we will be cheering just as hard for Team USA. Today, President Biden and Vice President Harris launched Time is Money, a new government-wide effort to crack down on all the ways that cooperations and unnecessary headaches and hassles to our lives, wasting precious time and money, from excessive paperwork and unreasonable hold times to the endless hurdles some companies make you jump through to cancel subscriptions. We've all been there and know how aggravating these unnecessary delays can be today, in the coming months, The Biden-Harris administration will take wide-ranging action to crack down on these unfair practices and save Americans time and money, including making it easier to cancel subscriptions and memberships, ensuring that consumers calling customer service can talk to a real person by pressing a single button, and allowing Americans to submit health claims online. And this is just the beginning. We are calling for Americans to share their ideas through an online portal on the White House website, and to tell us directly how federal action can give them their time back. Americans are tired of being played for suckers, and President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to use every tool available to protect Americans from corporate greed and practices that hit people in their pocketbooks. With that, Zeke, what you got?
Thanks, Corinne. Over the weekend, Vice President said she followed former President Donald Trump in saying she would support a proposal that would not tax tipped wages. If similar bill made its way to the President of the United States, President Biden, would he sign that? Because that's something he would have embraced before.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is something that the President supports. He supports eliminating taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers, while also raising minimum wage and preventing the wealthy from gaining the system. And if you think about what the President has talked about the last 3.5 years, making sure that we have an economy that works for all, not leaving anybody behind, an economy that's built from the bottom up, middle out, the President has been fighting, and the Vice President is fighting to do just that. Think about raising the minimum wage, which the Trump administration, they blocked. Cut taxes for workers and families after Trump gave a $2 trillion tax cut skewed to billionaires and big corporations. Defend overtime protections for millions of workers whom the Trump administration left behind. Ensure workers have the freedom to join a union which the Trump administration undermined. You hear it talk about Maganomics and what the GOP is for. Therefore, giving tax breaks from billionaires and corporation. They want price gouging. That's what they want to see. They don't want to protect American workers. They give, again, more tax to billionaires and corporations. That's what they've been talking about over and over and over, raising taxes for working people. That's not what we're about, and we're going to continue to do just that in the next 5 months.
I think that's over the topic. The VP's team has also said she's going to be rolling out some additional policy this week. Given the President's endorsement of hers, is it safe to say that anything that she would put forward along these lines that also would have the backing of the President?
You can certainly say, or I can say, that they are partners in this, so they believe and certainly on the same page when we think about the economy, when we think about health care. They have to work through what their policies, ideas are, but the last 3.5 years they've been in sync. They have been certainly on the same page, and I presume that will continue from here.
And just on a schedule, a week from today, the Democratic Convention gets going in Chicago. That was supposed to be where the President was going to be the star of the show there, accepting the renomination of his party. That's not the case anymore. What is his involvement going to be in that convention? How much time does he plan to spend in Chicago? Yeah. When does he plan to speak?
So look, I'm not going to get ahead of the Democratic National Convention to make their announcements on speakers next week. I think Americans will be very excited. I think he will have his moment as well. They will be very excited to see him, and so he's certainly looking forward to that. I'll let the DNC convention obviously make the announcement. The President will indeed speak next week. Again, he's looking forward to it. He's looking forward to, as he tends to do, speak directly to the American people, talk about the moment that we're at, the stakes, what's at stake, and continue to talk about an issue that is incredibly important to him, which is unity, making sure that we're unified and we continue to do the work that the President has been successful in doing in the past 3.5 years.
Either when the Vice President accepts
I don't have anything else to share about his schedule next week. He will certainly speak at the DNC convention, and I think there'll be a lot of excitement and a lot of, I think folks are going to be, again, excited to see the president next week.
Thanks, Green. Just to bounce back on the previous question,
Yeah.
Trump was the first to endorse eliminating taxes on tips. He's accusing Vice President Harris of stealing his idea. So did she get this idea from Trump?
Look, I'm not going to respond to a presidential candidate. I think their campaign could speak to that directly. What I can say is this president, this vice president have always had the backs of the working people, always. And you see that in the policies that they put forward. Everything that we have put forward, historic pieces of legislation that are obviously now laws, are helping middle-class workers, are helping people in different communities that are normally, again, left behind. If you think about tax cut for workers and middle-class families, instead of billionaires and big corporations getting that tax break, raising minimum wage is something that we have talked about and done, ensuring workers can join a union. This is something that Republican officials themselves, they oppose. They have opposed. So I think the question really is, if Republican officials, why didn't they? Why didn't they join the president and the vice president to support working families? They didn't. They didn't. And so I think our record shows that, what we've done. Under this term, under this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, we have put working people at the center of every policy that we move forward with as it relates to the economy, health care, even climate change. And so that is something that we're going to continue to do.
This is one of the first specific policy endorsements that we've heard from the Vice President. Is there anything you can explain about kind of how she came to this endorsement and how she'll address the criticism from economists?
That was said in a campaign context, so I would have to refer you to the campaign. I'm sure they can speak more to that. It is not unusual, right, when a campaign moves forward, that they put forth their policy agenda for the American people to see for themselves. What I can speak to is what this president and this vice president have been aligned on and what they've done together, working together in delivering for the American people. That will not stop. And obviously, as it was stated in a question to me by Zeke, the president certainly supports the vice president as she moves forward.
And what's the White House's reaction to the former president pushing this false conspiracy theory that the vice president had used artificial intelligence to create images of the crowd?
Look, going to be mindful in speaking about a campaign comment. What I will say is that this president and this vice president, I think what you see from both of them is optimism and a belief in this country, the future of this country. They believe that there's a lot at stake. And what I will say is it's clear that that message has broken through. And majority of Americans see and feel that optimism and certainly supports what we've been working on, the agenda that we've been working on the last 3.5 years. So I'll leave it there. Okay. Hey, Kelly, I haven't seen you in a while.
Hi there.
Hi.
I've been around, just maybe not in the chair. Is there a interagency policy review type approach to the Harris portfolio with President Biden's portfolio? So is he in touch with, is there a process where there is a checking of what she's going to put out and how it matches or may change, or ways in which she can build on what he's done? Is there a coordination?
So I can't speak to an interagency kind of process in doing just that, trying to measure up or line up where they both are. What I can speak to is the last 3.5 years, right? We have less than 6 months now of this administration, and how much the vice president was a critical partner in getting a lot of the big pieces, historic pieces done, the heavy lifting. She was part of that, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, the first piece of policy, which is the American Rescue Plan, which helped lower crime, for example. We've seen the lowest in crime in more than 50 years. The last administration, we saw the highest numbers of murder in the Trump administration. There's been a lot of ways that we've been able to do move in a historic way. And so she's been part of that. She's been part of that. Obviously, again, as I was just stated, she's going to lay out her vision, but again, they've been aligned. They've been aligned for the last 3.5 years. There's not been any daylight.
Does the president expect that she might want to move in some new directions as Sitting vice presidents have always had this issue, but does he expect that she might move in some new directions?
So what I expect, again, being super careful here, because her campaign are going to make their own announcement, is she's going to build on the successes that they've had. Going to build on the unprecedented successes, the historic successes that they've had. That's another reason why the president passed the torch, if you will, right? Understanding that they worked together very closely in the last 3.5 years, and that was going to continue, and she was the best person to move forward. This is someone who's been a vice president for almost 4 years, a senator, attorney general. She is incredibly qualified and understands where the majority of the American people are, and that's what we can expect. Go ahead, Lucy.
Thanks, Corinne. I wanted to clarify something the president said in the CBS interview over the weekend. Sure. When he was asked about his decision to step aside from the campaign, one of the things he said was that when he ran the first time, he thought of himself as a transition president, but then he said, but things got moving so quickly it didn't happen. Did he initially plan to serve one term and at some point change his mind? I don't know what to make of this.
I mean, I honestly don't have much to say. I think his speech to the nation that he gave in the Oval Office laid that out, right? Talked about being a transition president, talked about passing the torch. You heard directly from him where his heart was, how he was thinking through this process, and his reasoning. And I would say his answer certainly speak for itself. For me, and I think I can speak for many of my colleagues who work with me day in and day out on behalf of this country, on behalf of this administration, is that we are so proud of this president and what he's been able to accomplish on behalf of the American people. You think about the economy, the strongest economy leading the world. You think how we've been able to beat Big Pharma. That's nothing to laugh at. That's been something that many presidents have tried to do. We're not able to get that done. You think about what he's been able to do with our allies and partners around the world. And rebuild that relationship. Climate change, passing one of the most important, largest, biggest historic pieces of legislation that's going to deal with one of our major crises right now that we face in this country and the world, the Inflation Reduction Act. So we could not be prouder of this president and of course this vice president as they work together on this. But I think his Oval Address lays out very clearly how he saw his presidency.
Any update on when we'll see him do a campaign event?
And no update for you from here. Certainly the campaign will have more to share on that. Hey, Wuja.
Hey, Corinne. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Thanks. So following up on eliminating taxes on tips, is that an idea that the Biden administration considered at any point in the past 3.5 years?
What I can say is the president supports it, and what I can say is obviously the president and the vice president, very much how I answered the earlier question, is that we have always put at front and center making it easier, giving American families a little bit more breathing room, something the president says very often, and we've shown that. We've shown that in the policies that we've laid out, and not going to go into what the former president said, but if Republicans truly cared about that, truly cared about hardworking Americans, they would have joined us on a lot of these proposals that we put forward. The American Rescue Plan turned the economy around, put shots in arms, checks in pockets. They didn't support that. The Inflation Reduction Act, Big Pharma, it's going to help lower costs, lower healthcare costs for Americans, lower energy costs for Americans. They didn't support that. And so this is a president and a vice president that is always going to have the backs of working people. He supports what she put forward recently, obviously, when she spoke recently at a campaign rally, and we're going to continue to do the work to raise minimum wage and make sure that we put working class people at the front and center.
So it's a new idea.
Obviously it's a new idea. I'm just saying that we support it, but we have been doing the work, right, for hardworking Americans to lower costs. And that is something, you're going to see that on Thursday with both the president and the vice president when they make an announcement on other ways or other additional ways to lower costs.
And then speaking of click to cancel, can you talk about how it will be enforced and whether there's an existing mechanism that would force businesses to comply?
So I'll be able to get more information for you from our policy folks. Don't have anything to lay out on how the specifics that will work out.
Thank you.
Hi, Corinne.
Hi.
I have a legacy-related question.
Yeah.
Biden's talking about the cancer moonshot tomorrow.
Yeah,
He's talking about lowering costs on Thursday. This morning there were, talks on the Middle East. Has the president communicated what, in the next 5 months, what his priorities will be when it comes to things that he can accomplish over the remainder of his presidency?
I mean, I would say if you, obviously you guys have reported and paid close attention over the last 2 weeks, you've seen some ways that the president wants to move forward in the next 5 months. When you think about the SCOTUS reform, right? He went to Austin, Texas at LBJ Library and talked about that, laid out his plan. You think about the announcement today, as you just stated. That was a very important announcement, and I think it's going to have a huge effect and be really important to Americans. And that's certainly what they want to see. Time is money. Obviously, is an important majority of Americans want to see. You'll hear from this president about lowering costs, and the vice president on Thursday, other ways to lower costs. I won't get ahead of that. And then tomorrow, the cancer moonshot. I mean, those are initiatives that have been a key part, that have made up key parts of his platform and how he wants to deliver for the American people. That hasn't changed. The economy, healthcare, as you just stated, foreign policy to me. And so you'll hear more from this president as time goes by, and the American people. That's what at the center of everything that he does. Making sure we deliver for them, give them a little bit breathing room, and deal with issues that matter to them. And that's what we have been doing. All of the things that I've talked about, not just today, many times behind this lectern, are issues that are majority of Americans care about it. Majority of Americans care about it. And so that's where we're going to be, where a majority of Americans are. Go ahead, Jared. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have
one more. Elon Musk is slated to interview Donald Trump tonight on X. I don't know if the president is going to tune in. Feel free to say if he is or not. But I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue. It's a America issue. What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that, or stopping the spread of that, or sort of intervening in that? Some of that was about campaign misinformation, but it's a wider thing, right?
Yeah, no, and you've heard us talk about this many times from here, about the responsibilities that social media platforms have when it comes to misinformation, disinformation. Don't have anything to read out from here about specific ways that we're working on it, but we believe that they have the responsibility. These are private companies, so we're also mindful of that too. But look, it is. I think it is incredibly important to call that out as you're doing. I just don't have any specifics on what we have been doing internally as it relates to the interviews. Not something that I'm tracking, and I'm sure the president's not tracking it either. Go ahead, Jared.
Just curious about the Thursday event with the vice president, and vice president are doing. Can we expect, because that's an official event, that's a policy event, can we expect to see more of those kind of joint administration events between the president and vice president?
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. But I think Thursday's announcement is going to be really important. You're right. It's about lowering cost for the American people. It really builds on what this president and the vice president has been trying to do over the last 3.5 years as it relates to the American people. Stay tuned. We certainly will have more to share about his schedule, their schedule together in the upcoming days and weeks.
I only ask because we haven't seen a lot of those sort of joint events. Usually they kind of branch out, flank out, and do those events separately. So what is the thinking?
I think there's been a couple of times over the 3.5 years that the president and the vice president have had joint events. And I think very early on, the first several months, I remember them going to Georgia together. Obviously, they went there for an awful event that happened on the ground, a shooting. But they've appeared together many times. I know when it comes to Roe v. Wade, for example, they've appeared together for that. And there's been other times as well. I would expect that will be continuing in the last several months of this administration. And remember, yes, they do their own events and they crisscross the country, but they're partners in this, and they'll continue to do just that. Okay.
we know a president's most valuable commodity is his time, and I wonder how is the White House, how is the president thinking about how he spends that time now that he's no longer running for re-election?
I mean, look, SCOTUS. He went to Texas and talked about SCOTUS reform. That was an important way to spend his time. Tomorrow, cancer moonshot. This is an issue both the president and the first lady care about deeply. Obviously for important personal reasons to them. And so they're going to be together in New Orleans. You're going to see them continue to talk about lower cost. And so there's a map out there, I think, if you guys take a look at how he has been moving in the past couple of weeks. And let's not forget, he's had several calls with heads of states in the Middle East region. I talked about at the top of my briefing about to reach a ceasefire deal in the Middle East, and also a ceasefire hostage release deal, obviously, but also de-escalating the tensions. He spent his time doing that over the past 2 weeks and having those very important diplomatic conversations with those heads of states. So I think if you just look at what he's been doing, it's very clear what this president cares about, is focusing on, and it's all at the center of that, as I answered in my answer to one of your colleagues, is certainly the American people. Whether it's national security, domestic, the center of it is the American people.
And on the DNC, how is he viewing his role next week?
Look, it's going to be mindful because it's a political event, but it's an event that he views as very important. It's an opportunity to talk about the issues that he cares about. It's an opportunity to talk about unity. It's an opportunity to be in front of millions of Americans to talk about what we've done in the last 3.5 years. I'm going to be mindful because it is a political event, but the president's looking forward to it. He sees this as an important moment, and especially as we move forward to the last several months. Go ahead, Michael. Michael?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to ask a very similar question. I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about what it's going to be like for the president to be giving this speech, knowing that if things have gone a little bit differently, he would be giving an accepted speech for a second term.
I mean, look, I'm just going to go back to the Oval Office address, because I think that address really laid out in a very thoughtful, even personal way of how this president saw this moment. And, it was a selfless act. It wasn't about him. It was about the country. He said this, and he thought it was an important moment. But this is a president that is proud of what he's been able to build. I've talked about the strongest economy leading the world in a modern administration, and we're going to continue to fight to deliver results for the American people. That doesn't end. That doesn't end. That is something that he is certainly very focused on, the middle class families. Let's not forget where this president came from, right? He grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He understands what it's like to sit around that kitchen table and make really difficult decisions for your family, whether it's student loans, whether it's paying rent, mortgage, whatever it is. He understands how hard that is. And let's not forget, when he stepped in as president, this country was paralyzed because the economy was falling and because of COVID. And he turned that around. Because of the American Rescue Plan, because of policies that he's put forth. And so I think that's important to note. And so he sees a lot more work to be done in the next several months. And his thought process and how he sees his decision certainly is in the Oval Office address that he made. And I think it's telling. I think it gives you a little bit insight of what he thought personally. Go ahead, Molly.
Has the president started preparing for these remarks? Does he know what he wants his message to focus on? Is he going to work on them at Camp David?
I think you could expect this president to focus on these remarks in the next several days, leading up to Monday. I think you can expect this president to take this moment. He understands this is an incredibly important moment that he will have next week at the Democratic National Convention. He's still very much the leader of the party, right? And he takes that very seriously. And he's also very proud of his vice president. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne. How mad is President Biden at Nancy Pelosi?
You guys keep asking me this question. I think I've answered this question multiple times.
Well, he has admitted now for the first time in this interview that Pelosi is one of the Democrats who squeezed him out of the race. She thought he was going to sink the whole ticket. So how mad is he at her for that?
The president respects his good friend, former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and I think it's mutual. And she also gave interviews, and I know you followed closely as well over the weekend. She made statements like preeminent president among the top few to have served in this office. And I think that says a lot coming from the former Speaker.
So no hard feelings?
He respects his good friend, Speaker Pelosi.
I asked if there were any hard feelings.
No hard feelings. He respects her, and I think it's mutual. But I will let the president speak for himself, obviously.
And how long have you guys known that Vice President Harris does not think President Biden is doing a good job at the border?
Wait, say that one more time.
Well, she's now promising to hire thousands more border agents than there are now under President Biden.
Wait, but start your question again.
How long have you guys known that Vice President Harris does not think that President Biden is effective with his border policy?
I mean, that you're making a huge jump. Why she did not say this. This is something that you are assuming. I don't understand why you would assume that. It's not true.
She has a campaign ad where she is saying they need more Border Patrol agents. If President Biden's doing such a good job, why do they need any more border agents?
We both believe that. The president does want more Border Patrol agents. You know who's getting in the way? You know who's getting in the way? Republicans in Congress. They're getting in the way. You know who else is getting in the way? The former president, Donald Trump. He's getting in the way. I mean, there's no daylight here. I'm not understanding the question because there's no daylight. The president believes that as well, and he's worked towards doing that. There's a bipartisan, I know you guys probably get sick of me saying this, but there was a bipartisan agreement that was on the table that the president worked through for a couple of months with Republicans in the Senate and Democrats. They were told not to move forward because it would help Joe Biden by the former president. That's their decision.
And there's one more thing that came out over the weekend. There's this new Las Vegas police radio traffic that's published by the Daily Beast where officers were racing to secure a hospital emergency room on July 17th. They were under the impression that President Biden was having a medical emergency. What was it?
He was not. As you know, the president, when we were in Vegas, tested positive for COVID. We let you all know, and then we flew back here. Outside of that, there was no medical emergency. People are still testing positive for COVID, but because of this president, he was able to put forth a comprehensive way to move forward with this pandemic. And now we have vaccines, and now we are in a different place with this pandemic. It is behind us, and that's because of this president and what he was able to do. Good. Well, I haven't seen you in a while. Hey, how are you?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
No. Oh gosh, no. Sir. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. But it's good to see you. I was just saying I hadn't seen you in a while. It's good to see you.
This is a bit of a throwback, but the vice president has said that she was the last person in the room with President Biden ahead of his decision to order U.S. troops to pull out of Afghanistan. Was the vice president in full support of his decision to order that withdrawal and in full support of the way that it was implemented?
I mean, she answered that question herself. I don't have anything else to add. It sounds like she answered the question herself, right?
She said that she was in the room previously.
But didn't you also said she was in support?
No, I'm asking you if the president believes that the vice president was in full support of his decision.
I believe, and as you have seen them in the past 3.5 years, they've been partners, critical partners. It doesn't matter if it's domestic issues, also foreign policy issues, and that has been the case from day one and continues to be the case. I don't have anything else to add.
Second one,
Sure,
quickly.
sure.
You've noted how the vice president has been a partner in all of the heavy lifts over these last 3.5 years. Given that they've worked so closely together in that time, what does the president see as the vice president's biggest achievement during their time in office together?
So look, because they've been partners, those achievements have been done, certainly, those historic, unprecedented achievements have been done together. I'll say this, the president believes in the vice president leadership, her temperament, her experience, and he has said this himself. One of the proudest decisions that he made in 2020 was selecting her as vice president because he believed that she can go on day one. And you've seen them do that together on day one. of this administration. That doesn't change. I'm not going to parse out anything from here. They have been partners. She's been a critical partner for this president for during this term, and will continue to do so. You will see them together on Thursday in Maryland, where they would talk about their next announcement on lowering costs for the American people.
There's not a specific policy achievement, it's a comprehensive whole.
I would say it's a comprehensive whole. Our accomplishments here, the Biden-Harris accomplishments, are the Biden-Harris accomplishments. She's played a role, whether it is being on the floor of the Senate, right, getting really important legislations to pass through, right, or being in the room with the president on trying to figure out how to move forward strategically with the policy or how to make tough decisions on behalf of the American people. She's been there. She has been there. These have been, and we've had, as you know, important moments, historic moments, and she's been a critical partner.
Thank you,
Okay, Lily.
Thank you. Two questions, one on Bangladesh and other one on India. On Bangladesh, the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has reported to alleged that she was forced to be out of power because U.S. wanted to have one of the islands given to them, one of the Bangladeshi islands given to the United States of America. And because it didn't agree to it, she was forced to resign. There's turmoil, internal disturbances in the country.
So, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Question is, what's the reaction to the allegations?
So, we have had no involvement at all. Any reports or rumors that the United States government was involved in these events is simply false. That is not true. This is a choice for and by the Bangladeshi people. We believe that the Bangladeshi people should determine the future of the Bangladeshi government, and that's where we stand. Any allegations, certainly we will continue to say, and I have said here, is simply untrue.
Secondly, over the weekend, several Hindu American groups held a protest march in front of the White House, urging the president that he should be taking some steps to stop the atrocities against Hindus in the Bangladesh. And also two of the Hindu lawmakers, Raja Krishnamurti and Sri Thaneda, who both are from the Democratic Party, they have also written letters to the administration seeking their help in stopping atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh and other minority groups.
So look, we're going to continue certainly to monitor the situation. I don't have anything else to add to say beyond that. But when it comes to any type of human rights issues here, the president has been very consistent in speaking loud and clear in public and also privately. Don't have anything, and he'll continue to do that, but don't have any specific engagement to speak to at this time.
One question on India. As President plans to, for the next 6 months, what are the unfinished agenda on his India-US relationship and also on Quad?
So look, the president views our relationship, the United States relationship with India, as one of the most consequential in the world. And so we work closely with India on our most vital priorities, including through the Quad and the U.S.-India initiative on this critical and emerging technology. And so we look forward to continuing to expand our critically important partnership and how it's going to benefit the American people. And we want to create more prosperous and secure Indo-Pacific and the world. And so that is going to continue to be our focus as we move forward. Okay.
You mentioned earlier the president's push to reform the Supreme Court, term limits and ethics requirements. Can you talk about what the plan is to achieve that once Congress comes back? Are you laying the groundwork in any way at this point, or otherwise trying to get that across the finish line?
So look, the president laid out 3 ways that he wants to see that moving forward. And he did that in his Washington Post op-ed, and certainly when he was in Austin, Texas about 3 weeks ago. And so we laid out our ideas and our thoughts. Some of them, if you think about term limits, you've seen conservative experts also agree with us on that, how there should be term limits. And so what we're going to do is have the conversation with Congress when they get back and figure out ways how we can actually get this done, because it is important. The president believes no one is above the law. and that is something that he has continued to talk about and will do so, and that includes the highest court in the land. And what we have seen from the highest court in the land is not normal. You heard the president say that. It is not normal. And so we're going to work with Congress, come up with some ways to deal with this, to really address SCOTUS reform, and he wants to see it done in a bipartisan way. We think it's possible.
Is he at all doing anything to lay the groundwork now before Congress comes back, looking for allies in Congress or otherwise taking any concrete steps?
So nothing to read out. Obviously, we do keep any conversations private. But what we want to do is certainly see legislation to deal with what we've been seeing, which what I just said, which is it's not normal from SCOTUS. And so his team will have conversations with congressional members on how to best move forward. I don't have any meetings or anything to read out at this time.
Thank you.
Got it in the back. Go ahead. Yep.
Thanks. The Trump campaign said over the weekend that it's been hacked. Is the White House concerned about election integrity? And do you have any response to reports that Iran was the source of the hack?
So, look, I would have to refer you to the Department of Justice and the FBI on that particular questions. We've said many times that this administration strongly condemns any foreign government or entity who attempts to interfere in our electoral process or seeks to undermine confidence in our democratic institution. And so we take this type of reports of such activity extremely seriously. And so, again, we do not tolerate this anything like this, influence or interference efforts. And we have made that very clear with foreign actors that such influence or interference is unacceptable. And our efforts to protect our elections have grown significantly over the years, even as the threat landscape has become increasingly complicated. But for this particular question, I would have to refer you to the Department of Justice and FBI. I cannot comment on the veracity of the claims that Iran was involved.
Thanks. And one more. As a member of the administration, can we expect the Vice President to come out here and speak to the American people in the briefing room at some point?
The President and the Vice President speaks to the American people regularly, and that's where I'll leave that. Go ahead, sir, right there.
What is the U.S. the administration is doing in regards to Iran planning to deliver hundreds of ballistic missiles to Russia? What mechanism are you using to stop that? And then I have another question on Venezuela.
So, look, the White House has repeatedly warned of the deepening security partnership between Russia and Iran since the outset of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We've also warned both parties about further strengthening this partnership. This partnership threatens European security and illustrate how Iran's destabilizing influence reaches beyond the Middle East, but also around the world. As we and our partners have made clear to the world, both at the G7 and NATO summits this summer, together we are prepared to deliver a swift and severe response if Iran were to move forward with such transfers, which would represent a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. During his campaign, the Iranian president claimed he wanted to moderate Iran's policies and engage with the world. Destabilizing actions like this fly in the face, certainly, of that rhetoric.
There's a report by Wall Street Journal that the U.S. has offered Maduro and his close allies an amnesty in exchange for them leaving power. Is that
so?
Something
Since
you would
the
confirm?
July 28 elections, we have not made any specific offers of amnesty to Maduro or others.
Sure. How about before the election?
What I can
because
say,
there are information that this offer was made, started last year, this discussion of amnesty.
what I can say is, what I can speak to is since the election, we have just not made that type of offer.
Another one on Venezuela, and then I have one on the Middle East, very quick one.
Sure.
What is the view of the two statements from Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico asking Maduro regime to release the voting data? Is this enough, or you would like to see these three countries doing more?
I mean, look, it's been 2 weeks after the elections in Venezuela. It is abundantly clear, right, to the majority of Venezuelan people, the United States, and growing number of countries, as you just listed, that Edmundo won the most votes in the July 28th election, presidential election, and Maduro must recognize it. We've said that, and we'll continue to say that. More than 80% of the voting tally sheets published by civil society and opposition corroborated by independent observers, and so we think Maduro must recognize it.
Is this statement helpful? Is a good step?
I mean, look, we certainly are going to continue to be very clear here that Maduro must recognize it. Countries are going to do what they feel is the right way to move forward, so we'll let them speak to that. But we've been very clear. Maduro must recognize it.
Another one, last one about the Middle East, because earlier John Kirby said that Iran could attack Israel this week. Does the White House believe an attack is inevitable?
I'm not going to get into our intelligence from here or what another country is going to do. That is not something that I'm going to do from this podium. You heard from NSC, so I will leave it to them to speak to that and what my colleague said, John Kirby said. I just don't have anything else to add. Go ahead, Ed.
I want to follow up first on what you told Phil. So you said the vice president owns the successes of this president over the past 3.5 years. Does she also own the struggles that this president's seen, like the prices up 19% since the month they came into office?
They're partners in how they've been able to turn around the economy. This economy was in a downfall when the president took office. The former administration did not have a plan to deal with the pandemic, a comprehensive plan. This president put that forward with the help of the vice president, and we were able to deliver on that. The American Rescue Plan made a difference in bringing our economy back on its feet, made a difference on opening small businesses, on opening schools. Republicans didn't vote for it. We have to remember what the president inherited from the last administration when he took it over with the vice president. And when you think about inflation is down by 2.5%, and wages have risen. We have more than 16 million jobs created in the last almost 4 years. I know that you're laying out the negative parts of what you foresee, right? What you see in the economy, but there's some data here that has shown because of the work that this president has done, it's mattered. Unemployment is still low, 4.3%. You think about manufacturing jobs that have come back to this country. You think about how the GDP grew by 2.8% last quarter. Those are that data. And we understand that American people are still feeling it. And that's why we're going to make more announcements about how we're going to continue to lower costs.
One more. I'm going to try one more time on the taxes on tips. So why then have the president and vice president not talked about this over the past 3.5 years?
So again, the president supports eliminating taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. And at the same time, what this president and this vice president has been able to do is help raising minimum wage. There are things that the president and this vice president has done over the 3.5 years that has helped hardworking people that Republicans in Congress have opposed. I didn't even talk about them wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare. I mean, these are things that they have said that will hurt hardworking people. So the president supports it. This is part of the vice president's policy. This is something that we want to see happen, but we have done the work to make sure that hardworking people are not forgotten. Where were Republicans on this? But where were Republicans on this? And if they were so interested, right, if Republicans are now talking about this, Republicans elected officials are so interested in getting it done, why didn't they pass it during the last administration? Why? Why not?
So the IRS last month released their report saying, hey, this is how, if you have an extension for taxes, you can file taxes on your tips. The president's budget relies on the taxes from tips. So when did this idea come about?
I don't have a timeline for you. What I can say is the president supports this. What I can say, even if you put this to the side, right, which is, again, the president supports this, the vice president supports this, the vice president has done the work to try to make sure that we put working people first. They have had the backs of the working people. Tax cuts for workers, right? Making sure that middle-class families are put first, not billionaires and corporations. That is something that they've been very clear about. Ensuring workers join a union, something that Republican officials oppose. oppose. And we've been very clear here. And why haven't Republicans joined us? They just haven't. They have not. Matter of fact, they opposed a lot of the policies that we put forth that would do just this. They opposed it. American Rescue Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, they opposed it. All right, everybody, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. We're traveling. I'll see you on the road tomorrow.
the local council in about, so
We'll be good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are in session. We are on record. We are here on three matters. I'd like to call the first matter in State of New Mexico versus Dr. Bradley in D307 CR 2023-1561, and appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Judge. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Let me just turn it up for everyone else. I sure can. Mr. Udon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. This is John Duran on behalf of the State of New Mexico.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Ian King on behalf of Dr. Bradley, who's also present virtually.
All right, thank you, and welcome, Mr. King, and certainly welcome, Mr. Bradley. Let's handle this case first. I know they're all the same, but I'd like to hear from Mr. Duran. What is your request, sir?
Thank you, Judge. I am requesting that we extend the pretrial interview deadline. My initial request was to extend it to August 29th, which is at this point within a couple of weeks of where we're at now. We do have final pretrial interviews scheduled, or at least I shouldn't say final, but we have dates for presumably the remainder of our pretrial interviews scheduled for August 21st, August 27th, and August 29th to at least attempt to complete the remainder. I will point out to the court that there have been some scheduling difficulties along the way, which were not really in control or something that the state could have controlled. Is that a lot of these witnesses are less than cooperative, and so it's required multiple tries to get them to attend pretrial interviews. Secondly, I would point out that a lot of these witnesses, especially on the state's amended witness list, not only are they spread across the country, which at its inception was not going to be as big of a problem, but now we've come to find out some of them are actually out of country. And so we're working in an attempt to make contact with them to get them to cooperate as well. So my understanding was that Mr. King was stipulating to the request that I am making. I would actually deviate a little bit today, just given the fact that we are pressed up against time a little bit and extend that deadline out beyond August 29th. I know that we currently have a trial date at the end of October. I think it's October 29th, if I'm correct.
We're 21 through November 1.
Excuse me, October 21st. I would note that based on the court's scheduling order and based on the arraignment date, which was, I believe, back in December, we do still have 455 days, which puts us out, if we follow that time frame, to as far out as March. I don't think we need nearly that much time, but given the limitations that we've faced so far, not only with scheduling with defense counsel and trying to get everyone scheduled and on the same page, including myself, as well as attorneys for the alleged victims in the case. There's civil attorneys who have been involved during the course of these interviews. It's just been sort of a scheduling nightmare. Herding cats, if you will, is kind of an analogy I'd like to use to try to get these things done, simply because we have multiple attorneys, multiple schedules, and multiple times in which to conduct these. I would point out also to the court that we never actually even technically got a request from counsel, and I'm not putting Mr. King on blast or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is that it was not until March 7th that we really started in earnest scheduling these things, and it was at the request of the state making the inquiry.
To ease the burden of medical debt for North Carolinians. And since then, we've received approval from the federal government to use Health Care Access and Stabilization, or HASP, payments to incentivize hospitals to forgive existing medical debt for low to moderate income people and avoid the creation of medical debt in the future. Today, we are excited to announce that all of North Carolina's 99 hospitals have signed on to participate in this innovative program. This makes sense for the hospitals, their patients, and their communities. Statistics show that hospitals only collect about 5% of their medical debt. Under this program, hospitals can earn more by forgiving medical debt than trying to collect it. This is a win-win-win. It'll help our hospitals, our people, and our economy thrive. I want to thank Secretary Kinsley and his team who have worked so hard on this pioneering effort. Also, I want to thank Undo Medical Debt. They've been a terrific partner, Justice Center, others who have worked so hard with us. I appreciate our hospitals who have spent the time analyzing this program, giving us feedback, and working with us to make it a success. When I signed Medicaid expansion into law, I called it the Working Families Bill of the Decade for North Carolina. Now we are continuing that life-changing work by easing the burden of medical debt for millions of North Carolinians. I'm now going to turn it over to Cody Kinsley with the Department of Health and Human Services. Secretary Kinsley.
Well, thank you, Governor Cooper, and thank you for your leadership on continuing to ensure that we invest in what really drives health in this state. Medicaid expansion, and now medical debt. Medical debt is a disease, plain and simple. It's a debt that no one wants. No one chooses to have cancer, to get in a car accident, or to have a heart attack. It's debt that even after hospitals spend millions of dollars and years trying to collect, is rarely collected. And it's a debt that keeps people, because of the emotional and financial burden, stuck in the cycle of going past preventative care, ending up in the emergency department at a higher cost with worse outcomes. This sick cycle. Well, because of the amazing work of our team and because of the leadership of the 99 hospitals eligible to participate, all saying yes, we now have a treatment for this disease in North Carolina. This program will be able to forgive upwards of $4 billion for 2 million North Carolinians that are currently struggling under the weight of medical debt. But I cannot emphasize enough how transformational it is going forward to shift the responsibility of enrolling people in charity care programs onto the hospitals. When someone walks in, to be seen as presumptively eligible if they meet the income thresholds or if they're on certain programs is transformational. We know that so many more people are currently eligible for charity care programs today, but often struggle navigating paperwork or signing up, because often when you're recovering from a heart attack or a stroke, that is not the best moment for you to figure out how to get into the charity care program. Those policy changes, plus other policy changes that make it so there are kinder debt collection practices on the other side of having a hospital bill, will also help keep North Carolinians out of debt in the first place. This is by and large one of the largest medical debt forgiveness programs we have seen in the country, and also one of the most ambitious policies that we have seen to prevent medical debt from accruing in the first place. I want to thank members of my team who worked very hard on this, in particular Jonathan Kapler and Julia Lurch, who are here, who worked day in and day out to come up with a clever solution, our partners at the federal government, who worked very hard to see outside of the box how this could get done. And I want to thank our hospitals, who now, in all 99 situations, looked at their communities, looked at their balance sheets, and understood that this was the right thing to do for them, and we take their word for it. We're excited, and the people of North Carolina are excited. I want to encourage everyone to go to our website, www.ncdhhs.gov/medical debt, where they can learn more about the program and how it will roll out over the coming months and years. And I look forward to January 1 of next year, where the new thresholds for what charity care has to be, up to 300% a federal poverty limit, will be raised. I look forward to January 1 of next year, where if someone is on WIC or SNAP or other public benefits, just by attesting to be on those benefits, they will be auto-enrolled into the charity care programs in their hospitals. So they don't have to go through extra paperwork. I look forward to July of next year and between now and then, when individuals that are currently on Medicaid will have all their past debt back to January 1st, 2014 forgiven. Medicaid expansion gave people peace of mind. This continues to give people the relief that they need and the tools that we need as a health system to stay healthy. A key national partner in all of this, as Governor Cooper mentioned, is undue medical debt, and I'm so grateful for Jose Penabad being here today to continue to trumpet this work. Jose.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire undue medical debt group, everyone that works in our organization and our board, we are incredibly excited and thrilled to be here today. And not just today with our friends here in the Governor's Mansion, with all of our hospital partners throughout the community who have signed up to step forward and help eliminate medical debt across the state of North Carolina. We are incredibly thrilled to be part and partners in this work. I would also like to take a moment and really thank the hospitals of North Carolina that have stepped up to be part of this mission to eradicate medical debt and to partner with us in these efforts. I have friends that are doctors, nurses, administrators throughout the hospital system, particularly in UNC Rex, where I worked for a period of time. So I know firsthand that these people are kind, caring, open-hearted, and have given their life to caring for our communities. Today's effort and their work shows, and them stepping forward with us here, shows that commitment to building our communities and to building healthier communities going forward. As we look ahead, we take a moment to look back. Undue medical debt started this mission over 10 years ago. And early on in our organization's history, we were often confronted with messages that tackling medical debt is impossible. Tackling medical debt is too big a problem. It's too ambitious. It's not doable. It was a message of hopelessness. But today is not that day. Today is a message of hope. We stand here radiating in the sunshine of the hope that this message and this work brings, that we can help relieve $4 billion of medical debt across the state of North Carolina for 2 million North Carolinians. That is a massive program at massive scale that is really going to touch many lives in this state. We look ahead and we look at what North Carolina has done here. And frankly, it was done in collaboration, open dialogue, working with people who don't always see eye to eye, and with a heavy spoonful of stubbornness that medical debt can actually be tackled and medical debt could be fixed. But of course, it was North Carolina. We are the Tar Heel state. We are a state that can dig in its heels and face the biggest problems head on. So North Carolina, let's go. Let's go fight medical debt, and let's go and do it. Thank you.
Spoonful of stubbornness. All right. More like a bucket full. Anyway. All right, guys, we'll throw it open to questions. Sure care.
So, a few weeks ago, it didn't seem like you'd be reaching 99. You talked a lot about uncertainty. How did you get to 99? Was there certain types of pressure placed on these hospitals to get involved? And maybe a more technical question, now that they've agreed to participate, do they have to stay in the program for a year or two? Or that's more a technical question.
Yeah. These hospitals looked at the bottom line, looked at the benefit to their patients and communities, and decided to sign up. As I said earlier, they're going to be able to earn more by forgiving medical debt than trying to collect it. So we believe that they analyzed that this was in their best interest to do this. They need to stay in the program to be able to get the money. And we used these HASP payments that really were going to be going to the hospitals unrestricted. And maybe that was a part of the concern that they had at first, that this money now was going to be restrictive and used to incentivize them to forgive medical debt. But we think at the end of the day, this is going to be good for everyone. It's going to make people healthier. It's going to improve our economy. Do you want to add anything to that? Okay. Yes.
What's the criteria for being, for inclusion in the 99, and who was the last one in?
They are all the acute care hospitals in North Carolina. I'll let Secretary Kinsley address that question.
the last hospital that was a small rural hospital in North Carolina, and I think them signing up at that time frame had nothing to do with concerns with the policy and everything to do with working through the storm that we had coming through North Carolina. I look back to last week, and we started to see about a third of the hospitals come in fast, and through the middle of near the end of the week, we were very quickly at 99%. So we had done significant, thoughtful work with the hospitals dating back to April of this year. They had time to understand the policy and to work through it, and that's why once CMS approved, I think we saw relatively quickly people getting on board. Yeah. So several hospitals that are in the program have already started to begin to forgive medical debt for those individuals in Medicaid. That's the easiest space because they know them today. So we'll start to see people hearing those stories and being communicated from the hospitals. And as I mentioned earlier, they have until July of next year to get that done for all the Medicaid beneficiaries as our timeline outlines and requires them to meet. Hospitals are going to begin to work with nonprofits like Undo Medical Debt to take their data and append it with income information to understand who under our income thresholds will be eligible for medical debt relief outside of the Medicaid population. And so that'll probably start to roll out those relationships with Undo and then the forgiveness into the next year. And so it will take some time over the next 2 years for that to happen.
I'm sorry, the follow-up I had just quickly was April, you said that was the first time that hospitals started learning about this program privately?
We put out the policy initially to hospitals at the end of April. We proceeded to have conversations with hospitals that were giving us feedback about what it would take to implement. We had an updated policy that was changed basically for implementation about a month later and then another month. So we've had a long dialogue with feedback from them over time.
What do you say to people who might say this is just going to tell people that they don't have to pay the medical bills and it's going to drive up costs for everybody else?
No, I think it's important to remember, starting with the basic point, that people don't choose to get medical debt. You don't end up in the emergency room having a heart attack and say, "Please wait a minute, I'd like to see the price." And so you say yes. You say yes to saving your life and to having that treatment. And the second thing, and we look at, Jose can speak to this. We look at other places where medical debt is forgiven and other states that have done efforts similar to this. This debt is almost rarely ever paid today. It is debt that is carried. So the question stands to reason, what is it good for? And it's not good for any additional income for hospitals, and it's only good for making people sicker and keeping them stuck in a costly cycle. This is not like any other debt.
We have time for maybe one more. Anyone? Great, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I know. No problem. You need it for the rest of the day? I got more.
been given the all clear. Okay, guys, you can go back inside. They appear to be workers or maybe visitors to the building. So yeah, it appears that the all okay is being given for City Hall out here in Pasadena. Yeah, Sandra, it looks like more people here are coming back in. I assume, as I said, these are the workers. It would have been quite a frightening experience. Imagine an alarm went off and being in an older building, you think yourself, geez, I better get out. And these people have done the right thing, evacuated to their assembly point, and just indication that somebody's done a thorough review of the building and made it deemed that it's safe to go back inside. Bit of an interruption to your day, but obviously better to be safe than sorry. It appears that, by the way the people here are being greeted, that they must be possibly maintenance workers or managers of the building. They seem to be the ones that are in control, telling people that it's okay to come back in. And estimated, obviously look like there's 100 people or so who evacuated, just the top of the head counts. And but certainly a nice day out here in Pasadena. And again, very lucky and fortunate, Sandra, as we always know, that the earthquake wasn't larger, and that we have no reports of injuries outside of that person possibly stuck in the elevator. And I've got to agree with you. It's a reminder that you really need to think of your own personal plan and even how you may contact your loved ones if they're at work, or maybe have a rendezvous point where you may catch up if in the event that there is what we refer to as the big one. Yes, Sandra. This is a firefighter from the Pasadena Fire. He seems to be communicating with the building managers. I think he's just articulating to them that they've done a review and that it appears that everything seems okay. As I said before, we saw the 2 engine trucks leave, so that would indicate that there is no immediate danger here, and that the workers that did take refuge to their emergency rendezvous points have now re-entered the building. So unclear what this firefighter is doing. No doubt maybe just assisting them if the managers of the building need help with any drainage. Obviously the firefighters have pumps that can get rid of water very quickly, and it'll be very interesting to see what type of damage was occurred to this historical building. It is a beautiful building, as you said, Sandra, and it's well known. A lot of visitors come here and look. And anyone just joining us, the damage, or we believe the pipe was broken somewhere here on the 2nd or 3rd floor, and water was leaking out onto this veranda and then down almost cascading like a waterfall down here into the front of the building. Sandra? No, I was actually back at our base in Van Nuys on the couch, listening to the scanner, and then I think, like everyone that lives in Los Angeles long enough, you feel that feeling, and I've got to admit, I just ran straight outside. That's my go-to thing. I was here during the '94 quake and woken up by that, and it felt like a freight train coming past my bed. So that's the way I handle it. But it's great news to see more people weren't injured. No one was injured here today, Sandra. Hey, Mikey, the officer, you seeing anything, mate? Yes, I am. Okay, no problem. Just give us a quick orbit, Mikey, but keep it steady because we're like. Yes, that's great news, Sandra. Something interesting too that Lisa said was that the building is on rollers, so that no doubt limited any possible damage. And it's nice that a historical building like this has been retrofitted. At least then workers have the confidence working in there that they know that they're pretty safe, and also that the building is protected. And if I zoom in here, people may remember this building. If you've the historical fountain there was very popular for photographs. And if I just pull that wide again, just to remind you, this is the area at the front here where there seemed to be the broken pipe, and it's unclear whether it was on the wall or where it was, but it certainly has caused some damage there. The water obviously has dried now. We have a lot of looky-loos, people coming out to see. And it's obviously good news, Sandra, that people are just coming here to see water drying on the pavement and nothing more serious than that. Yes, it was quite surprising, Sandra, to see how many employees there were inside the building there taking refuge a good quarter mile away across the street there in the park while the Pasadena firefighters did their search and review of the building. Obviously, the firefighters saw them going on that floor where the water was leaking there. They were able to help pump that water away. And I should mention, like, although we were focusing here on Pasadena, when we were flying from Van Nuys, we were filming several LA City Fire helicopters who were actually doing orbital searches around the city to ensure whether they could see any damage. And as we know, firefighters in the LA City area were doing what they call a windshield inspection. So literally just driving around the streets to ensure that everyone in the public, all the buildings appeared to be safe, and if anybody needed help, they could get it. So it's, again, I keep saying it, it's great to see that the only damage we've got here today is a broken water main and some water on an outside pavement, because earthquakes are very scary things, and just another reason, as we keep saying, to make sure you have your go bag, or at least some sort of way of communicating your friends or your family if they do need assistance. And it actually looks like I saw this work truck pull up. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy here is the guy tasked with trying to fix that water main. Sandra? Yes, that's right, Sandra. I thought I'd just try to have a bit of a look around the building and see whether there's workers to give us some sort of indication where this actually, this water pipe may have broken. So I'm looking at the third floor here. There seems an atrium there. You can see the glass atrium, and there does appear to be workers on this floor here through the arches there. You can see them just in the shadows. So I'm just trying to look around and give us a little bit more information about what happened here and obviously what may have been damaged. But at an old building like this, tile floors, fingers crossed that there's no major damage and that the water can just dry up and they'll be able to put a few vacuums and fans in there and fix the pipe and everything will be good. But again, just looking around here to see whether we can see any indication of workers. We do know I've seen several people that appear to be managers of the building walking around on their cell phones with clipboards, and no doubt they're trying to work out how to repair this pipe, Sandra. Yeah, Dave, just confirming it's okay to lose my shot. Okay, we'll make our way towards Pasadena High School. I'm trying to find it, man. Yeah, I think it's close. I mean, there's several. There's several schools, brother. I can't see which one it is. So I'm just going to try and pan on each of them. I got one here that's we're over the top of. Mikey? Yep, it's behind us. Sky Fox, Simon, it's Dave. Is it Waverley or is it actually just Pasadena High School? I'm just having trouble finding Pasadena High School. Yeah, certainly. Let me just try to lock this one in first. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's correct, Sandra. We're just making our way between all the high schools in the Pasadena area here, just to try and see. We heard the reports that possibly the Pasadena High School was being evacuated. So we're making our way out there. Again, this could just be a precaution, not trying to alarm anybody, but we'll make our way out there. We're about 2 minutes away or so. Maybe I'll just give an idea of maybe it could just be a precaution if they are asking the students to go home early today. We don't really know at this stage. But again, it's a good reminder, Sandra, to have an evacuation point or somewhere you want to stand. Yes, it's saying, yeah, just a good opportunity to remind people to have an evacuation point and somewhere to rendezvous, somewhere safe if they do go through some type of emergency, Sandra. Yeah, so Mike, I might just ask you to park it, mate, so I can show a nice front of the shot. I can give them a nice little. Sky Fox to Simon, do you want us to go back to City Hall for this? Please got a bit of B-roll for the press conference. Cool, Mike. You just make a slow, nice drive. Yeah, just gently if we can. I'll just try to maintain a shot for them. I might actually try to get as close as you can, Mikey. Sky Fox, TOC News Radio. Any chance please of resetting the IFP? Thanks, Mikey. Yes, thank you, Donna. So, sorry, Michael, was that? Oh. 10-4, mate. Just let us know what's happening at LAX, Dave. Great. No problem, mate. Thank you.